right. Good evening. Let me just check the time. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Environmental Planning Commission meeting of October 16th, 2024. I will call the meeting to order at 7:02 p.m. For those joining us in person, please note that due to our hybrid environment, audio and video presentations can no longer be shared from the lectern. Requests to show an audio or video presentation during a meeting should be directed to epc@mountainview.gov by 4:30 p.m. on the meeting date. Additionally, due to our hybrid environment, we will no longer have speakers line up to speak on an item. Anyone wishing to address the EPC in person must complete a yellow speaker card. Please indicate the name that you would like to be called by when it is your turn to speak and the item number on which you wish to speak. Please complete one yellow speaker card for each item on which you wish to speak and turn them into the EPC clerk as soon as possible, but no later than the call for public comment on the item you are speaking on. Instructions for addressing the commission virtually may be found on the posted agenda. Recently, regional and local elected and appointed bodies have been subjected to disruptive, racist verbal attacks by anonymous callers during virtual public comments. The City of Mountain View is fully committed to racial, religious, and cultural equity and justice as we strive to create a welcoming, safe, and inclusive community for all. This commission welcomes respectful and non-threatening public comments regarding matters over which the commission has jurisdiction. Comments deemed otherwise, pursuant to the Council Code of Conduct and the Government Code, may be grounds for immediately terminating a speaker's comment period. Now I will ask the EPC clerk to proceed with roll call. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Clark? Here. Commissioner Cranston?
Here.
Commissioner Donahue?
Here.
Commissioner Nunes?
Here.
Commissioner Inn?
Here.
Vice Chair Gutierrez?
Present.
And Chair Dempsey?
Here.
Okay. All commissioners are present.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will now move to item 3, minutes approval. Item 3.1, Environmental Planning Commission meeting minutes of February 21st, 2024 and March 13th, 2024. Staff would like to provide an update to the proposed minutes. Staff?
Thank you. Diana Pancholi, Principal Planner with the City's Planning Division. The staff noticed a few minor corrections that needs to be done to both February 21st and the March 13 minutes. We received some comments from Commissioner Donahue as well, so thank you for noting that out to us. The specific corrections that we want to make is in the February 21st meeting minutes. Please correct Commissioner Donahue's name in the second vote on item 5.1. This is just above item 6. And in the last sentence of the item 7 as well. And for the March 13th meeting minutes, please correct Commissioner Donahue's name in the first sentence of item 6.
Thank you. Any discussion from the commission members? Going once, going twice? Good eye. Let's see. If anyone in attendance would like to provide comments on the minutes, please fill out a yellow speaker card and provide it to the EPC clerk. If anyone on Zoom would like to provide comments on the minutes, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Phone users can mute and unmute themselves with *6. Do we have any comments?
We don't have any comments online or in person.
Right on. A motion to approve the minutes should include reading the following item. I'd like to entertain a motion. I can make the motion. Commissioner Cranston. Just read the blue.
I move to approve the minutes from the February 21st and March 13th meetings with the minor corrections as staff updates in the February 21 meeting minutes, correcting Commissioner Donahue's name in the second vote of item 5.1, just above item 6, sentence of item 7. For the March meeting minutes, correct Commissioner Donahue's name in the first sentence of item 6.
Thank you, Commissioner Cranston. Do I have a second? Looks like I have one from Commissioner Nunes. Let's take that to a vote. Madam Clerk, if you'd like to tally the votes.
Motion passed unanimously.
All right, fantastic. That means we are on to item 4, oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the EPC on any matter not in the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the Commission from acting on non-agenda items. If anyone in attendance would like to provide comments on non-agenda items, please fill out a yellow speaker card and provide it to the EPC clerk. If anyone on Zoom would like to provide comment on non-agenda items, please click the raise hand button on Zoom or press star 9 on your phone. Phone users can mute and unmute themselves with star 6.
We have one speaker in person. Eli Robler.
All right. Welcome.
Good evening, Planning Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Eli Robles. I'm a field representative for Carpenters Local 405 here in the South Bay. I'm here to address the critical need for labor standards in the upcoming projects planned for our beautiful city in Mountain View. Whether the projects are public or private, labor standards should never be overlooked. A fundamental standard is healthcare for construction workers. Construction is one of the most dangerous occupations in the U.S., and I find it deeply concerning that healthcare is often not guaranteed for those putting their safety on the line every day. Workers deserve to know that their health and well-being is being prioritized. Another essential labor standard that should be adopted is the requirement to hire workers from an accredited apprenticeship program. These programs help cultivate the next generation of skilled workers, ensuring that the workforce remains strong, knowledgeable, and prepared for the challenges ahead. It's not just about building projects, but about building the future for workers. Mountain View has an opportunity to get it right. I'm committed to attending every meeting necessary to remind this body the importance of labor standards and urge you to consider these measures seriously. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for coming out tonight. Any other speakers?
That is all.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. That means we are at item 5, study session. Item 5.1, Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan Visioning Framework. I believe we'll first have a staff presentation followed by public comment. At the closure of public comment, the Commission will then discuss the item, including any questions. So let's begin with a staff presentation from Senior Planner Aki Snelling and Advanced Planning Manager Eric Anderson.
Good evening, Chair Dempsey and members of the Environmental Planning Commission. My name is Aki Snelling. I'm a senior planner with the City of Mountain View and also the project planner for this Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan project. Next to me is Eric Anderson, our Advanced Planning Manager, and also in attendance is Martin Alkire, who is our consultant also assisting us with this project. Before I start with tonight's presentation, I'd like to provide a brief overview of our presentation. First, I'll start with a brief background of our presentation, and then I'll talk about the purpose of tonight's study session, along with providing a brief background on the Precise Plan project. I'll also talk about the significant outreach efforts made by the city on this project, and then provide an overview of the Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan Visioning Framework. And then also we will ask the Commission about the properties considered for inclusion into the Precise Plan study area boundary. I'll follow with next steps in the Precise Plan process and a conclusion for tonight's presentation. The purpose of the item before you tonight is a study session on the Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan, particularly to ask the Commission to provide recommendations to the City Council on the draft Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan Visioning Framework, which was attached as Exhibit 5 in your packets, and then also to consider inclusion of properties located at 500 West Middlefield Road, which is the Willow Park Residential Condominium Association, 555 West Middlefield Road, which is the Avalon Bay Apartment Communities, and then also 500 Moffett Boulevard, which is the Shenandoah Square property owned by the federal government, controlled by the U.S. Army, and is actually not in the city's jurisdiction at this time. This map shows the core properties along the Moffett Boulevard corridor. I just kind of wanted to point out, if I could, not sure if this mouse is not working, but the area in purple is the core area, the change area identified in the general plan. And then it also includes the Valero gas station up along Moffett and Middlefield, and then the Community Services Agency on Stearland Road. And then it also shows at the very top the 3 properties highlighted with the black dotted lines. As a background to the project, the Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan will be a new precise plan for the area, and essentially will serve as the zoning regulations for Moffett Boulevard. This is similar to how other precise plans function in the city as the zoning regulations. So it will include land uses, development standards, densities and intensities for development, and also the streetscape standards for Moffett Boulevard. It'll also include the vision, goals, and policies for the precise plan area. It also implements 3 adopted city plans, which is the 2030 general plan, the recently adopted housing element, and the 2023 to 2025 city council work plan. The general plan specifically identified Moffett Boulevard as a change area, envisioning it for transformation into a revitalized corridor. The change area is approximately 20 acres and is the basis for the Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan Study Area. So the Precise Plan will also implement a policy requirement from the recently adopted housing element. This is Policy 1.1 GC, which requires Moffett Boulevard to be rezoned up to at least a 1.85 floor area ratio, or 72 dwelling units, and also require which sites will have required neighborhood commercial. The housing element has a set deadline to have these adopted by December 31st of 2025, and this is the reason for the deadline set for the Precise Plan adoption. This concludes the background information, and we'll move in next into our community outreach efforts. When the city officially began its kickoff for the Precise Plan, the city made substantial community outreach efforts to announce the project to the community and also to indicate ways for the community to participate in the process, including a community visioning workshop. The city mailed over 3,200 notices to property owners and tenants in the Precise Plan study area and also within a 750-foot radius of the Precise Plan area. For tonight's study session and for the upcoming City Council study session, the city expanded the noticing to include all previously noticed properties and also properties well beyond the 750-foot radius, and then also additional properties who utilize the main arterials in the study area. So it covered quite a bit more. The city also emailed over 1,250 notices to persons who signed up on the city's webpage for Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan. And then for the visioning workshop, staff also hand-delivered notices to all open businesses in the study area and provided handouts and staffed information tables at the city's National Night Out in August and also the city's Mountain View Farmers Market. Following the outreach efforts, the city held a community visioning workshop on August 28th, in which 70 attendees participated. 2 focus group meetings were also held on September 4th. One was held for the business and property owners in the study area, in the Precise Plan study area, and then also one for the Mountain View-based community organizations and associations. And then additionally, on top of that, an online visioning survey was also provided on the project webpage. The text before you summarizes the key points that surfaced from all of the community input we received and regarding questions related to what participants thought about the identity, the assets, the challenges and opportunities, and the vision for the Moffett Boulevard area. Some of the key points included the importance of the historic resources along Moffett, the need to support local and small businesses, the need to create a safe and pleasant streetscape for pedestrians and bicyclists, and also a vision to have public spaces and also make Moffett a vibrant destination and not merely just kind of a gateway or pass through to the downtown area. So from the summary and the community input, a draft Moffett Boulevard Precise Plan Visioning Framework was prepared. 5 key visioning themes emerged along with corresponding potential strategies. The first vision theme is to create a unique identity and destination for residents, businesses, workers, and visitors in the area. The second vision theme is to make Moffett a thriving hub of economic activity and uses for the neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhood. Oops, sorry. Skipped too much. There. The third vision theme was to create a revitalized neighborhood that embraces a range of housing and also businesses and community amenities. And then a fourth vision theme was to provide an accessible, pedestrian, and bicycle-friendly multimodal corridor. The fifth vision theme focused on making Moffett a placemaking center of engaging and unique activities, events, and opportunities. And so the first question before the EPC is to ask, does the EPC agree with the draft precise plan visioning framework? And is there anything else the EPC would like to add and or modify to the document? Oops. The next three questions are regarding the three sites that Council directed staff to further study for inclusion in the precise plan. And the question is, does the EPC have a preference to include any of the above three properties in the precise plan that you see highlighted in the black dotted area? Staff would like to highlight that all of these sites are large sites that could have a significant effect on the precise plan study area. The first of these three sites is 500 West Middlefield Road, which is the Willow Park HOA condominiums. This is a 10.1 acre site with a 1.3 acre Hetch Hetchy San Francisco Public Utilities property that crosses within it. The opportunities to include this site would allow for new land uses and standards with an integrated streetscape and would provide clearer standards and procedures than the current P or planned community district zoning. The challenge is that the site may not change in the foreseeable future because it is an older site. It was built in 1971, and there are 192 separate property owners owning condos in that site. The second site is 555 West Middlefield Road, which is the Avalon Bay Community Apartments. This site is 14.5 acres. And the opportunities to include this into the precise plan would allow for also new land uses and standards with an integrated streetscape and would also provide clearer standards and procedures than the current P or planned community district zoning. The challenge is that there is a current entitlement to allow development to increase apartments to 725 units with underground parking, a new amenity and rental office, and a 1.34 acre park. This planning entitlement expires in June of 2026. The last site is the 500 Moffett Boulevard site, which is the 17-acre Shenandoah Square property, which is not within the city's jurisdiction, but it is within the city's sphere of influence and also urban service boundary. There are 126 residential apartments currently on the site. It is a large, underutilized site, and there have been many previous discussions with the council, the Army, and other interested parties about the future of the property. We are uncertain at this time what the Army contemplates for the site, but it may be clear in the next 2 to 3 years. Identifying any new land uses and or densities would not be possible under the current housing element timeline to complete the precise plan. So at this time, staff is asking only whether the commission would like to include any of these sites into the precise plan study area boundary and not about any new densities or uses. At a future meeting, we will ask the EPC and council to select a preferred alternative, which will include land uses, densities, and intensities for these sites, and then also it will include these requirements for the rest of the corridor as well. The process will ensure that the vision for the whole plan area is unified and internally consistent. A preview of that future question can help the deliberation at this meeting. These sites could be considered as future study areas if existing allowed uses and densities are maintained on the sites. The precise plan could establish procedures and minor standards for the sites, as well as crafting policies and triggers for future review. This would allow the precise plan project to stay on schedule and within the existing budget, and would also acknowledge the uncertainty associated with these sites. If the council prefers to adopt new densities or uses at these sites, it would impact the precise plan schedule and budget. So just in terms of next steps, the City Council will be holding a study session on this visioning framework and the study area boundary considerations at its November 19th meeting. And in the first quarter of 2025, the city will continue its outreach efforts by holding another community workshop meeting and also to talk to key stakeholders about conceptual land use alternatives. In the second quarter of 2025, staff will bring back the preferred land use alternatives for the Commission and Council for endorsement. So in conclusion, staff is seeking the Commission's recommendations on the questions before you on the screen. This concludes staff's report, but we would be happy to answer any of your questions. And also joining us tonight are our project team from MIG, our consultants hired to prepare the precise plan, Dan Amsden and Rishi Dodi. Thanks very much.
All right, thank you very much. Public comment. If anyone in attendance would like to provide comments on this item, please fill out a yellow speaker card and provide it to the EPC clerk. If anyone on Zoom would like to provide a comment on this item, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Phone users can mute and unmute themselves with *6. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, we do have in-person commenters. Albert Jeans.
Three minutes. Good. Good evening, commissioners. Excuse me, Albert Jeans. I've been Mountain now for 40 years. I would like to comment on whether or not to include the Shenandoah Square in the precise plan area. As staff points out, there are numerous complications which would arise if Shenandoah Square were included, since its acquisition by the city is still hypothetical, and any proposed changing to its zoning would cause precise plan to miss its deadline set by the housing element. If acquired by the city, Shenandoah Square would be truly a unique property because of its large contiguous size and its currently underutilization. To my mind, there are only a couple of non-commercial uses which lend themselves to large properties, namely parks and schools. I'm not sure we need more schools, but it is certain that this part of Mountain View has one of the lowest open space to residence ratios in the city if schoolyards are excluded, and yet it is experiencing a huge increase in the number of new housing units. For those of us in the neighborhood, Shenandoah Square is already sort of an informal park and open space, and has been for many years. I'm afraid that if it's included in the Moffett Precise Plan, it will be under more pressure to be zoned for other uses like housing or mixed-use development, which would be a waste of its large size. Keeping it separate from the Precise Plan will allow us to deal with it when the time comes as a separate topic, which I think it deserves. And the time remaining, I'd like to comment a little bit. I was at the DRC meeting earlier this afternoon, where they were discussing 400 Moffett. And Prometheus is proposing to put a 6-story apartment building on that site with no transitions to the single-story mobile home park there. And apparently that's okay. I guess there are a lot of state regulations. They have the state density bonus, which lets them go from 4 to 6 stories. They're close to transit and all those things. I mean, it sounded like it was a done deal. And given the shape of the development, it's unclear how they could even make a transition from 6 stories down to 1 story in the small amount of space they have. But all that makes me wonder, how useful is this precise plan going to be when this area, which is close to transit, is governed by so many state regulations now that we have to follow. So in the weeks to come and everything, I'll be interested to see how that plays out. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have four speakers on Zoom. The first speaker, Bruce England, and next is James. Bruce, you can talk now.
Thank you. Hold on a second. Sorry.
Bruce
England, Wisman Station Drive, resident. And I have some comments that are a little similar to Albert Jean's comments, but one area of interest is to include the section that you have a dotted line around going beyond Middlefield. And one of the reasons for that is that, well, it's a contiguous stretch of Moffett going up to Clark. And there are intentions through Public Works to do a Class 4 bikeway through there. And so they're keeping an eye on what happens with this precise plan. So, and also if Moffett Boulevard becomes in some form an extension of downtown and Castro Street, then the design needs to reflect an intention of however that extension might pan out. And I was also at that meeting that Albert Jeans was at, the 400 Moffett project today. And I have concerns about that also. It seems like it's putting the cart before the horse. This precise plan work should be done first, it seems to me, before these major plans like this get approved. And I don't know if anything can be done about that, but I at least want to bring it to your attention. There's also the Hetch Hetchy right-of-way that intersects Middlefield, and I haven't seen any discussion about that, except that I know there are letters from the SFPUC that you've received that raise concerns and objections to any plans that might take that right-of-way into account to do a trail or anything like that. Of course, there are those of us in the community who would like to see a trail happen through there, even if it's going to take a long time to get it done, and to actually realize that full stretch of Hetch Hetchy right-of-way as a bicycle pedestrian trail. But if that were to happen, then the design of that intersection of Moffett and Middlefield needs to accommodate that. And I think that that should at least be anticipated so that whatever happens at that intersection can accommodate either no extension of a trail or existence of a Hetch Hetchy right-of-way trail, or one should it come to happen sometime in the future. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next commenter.
The next speaker is James Kuzmo, and April will be the next. James, you can talk now.
Good evening. My name is James Kuzmo. I live actually and rent in the Shoreline Village apartments on Central Avenue, and I grew up on Horizon Avenue in one of the single-family homes there. And tonight I just wanted to speak to the joint letter that Mountain View YIMBY and the Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning sent into the commission. I'd say there's two broad categories of points that we made. There's a bunch of details there, but the first one is on the vision. The vision items themselves seem great. They seem like the direction we want the city to be going and we want the Moffett area to be going. For the physical boundaries of the precise plan, we think it would be great for the city to expand the boundaries in the area around the transit center. The region, the closer we are to the transit center, the more value there is in making it so that more people can live there, more people can work there, more people can shop there. And so only having this narrow strip of stuff in the precise plan right by the transit center seems like a bit of a waste in terms of how the effort we're spending on the precise plan. So it would encourage an expansion of those boundaries around there, in addition to ideally including the properties that are in the staff reports up around the intersection of Moffett and Middlefield. The second category of the suggestion that we raise is just around, as we move into the next stage of the precise plan, how do we make sure we're fulfilling the vision, and how do we achieve that to the greatest extent possible and make sure we're not excluding valuable options. And so we include things like saying that, as I said earlier, this is near the downtown transit center. We should be looking at how much density we can accommodate there. Saying that for development restrictions, like if we want this to be similar to downtown, we should be saying, okay, how can we have zero setbacks? How can we accommodate development on small lots as they exist in this area? To the point in the staff report, how can we accommodate lot consolidation? And then for things outside of just what can be developed for the Moffett streetscape, there's certain clear things that should definitely happen, like fully protected Class 4 bike lanes along the whole route, ideally wider sidewalks to accommodate increased foot traffic, that sort of thing. But also we should be seriously considering more substantial alternatives. Right now, there is a significant section of Moffett Boulevard near the intersection of Central Expressway, which is coned off and not used or anything because traffic doesn't need to go straight through to Castro Street anymore. If we took another lane or so of traffic away in that region, we could have a lovely outdoor patio area or park or whatever you want to call it that would be a bit more of an extension to downtown. And if we have a more active area in that area because there's a lot more people living there, there's a lot more shops, then that can be useful. And we should be looking at things like, okay, as the transit center master plan comes online and we have more buses going up and down Moffett, do we need bus lanes there? And there's a few other points in the letter, but I will leave it there. And thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Final speaker.
All right, the next speaker is Alex Brown, and followed by April Webster. Alex, you can talk now.
Hi, friends. Feels like it's been so long. I also had the pleasure of being one of the participants in the visioning process for the Precise Plan. I'll keep my comments brief. I'm very supportive of re-envisioning Moffett Boulevard, but I think that the current proposed boundaries are too restrictive to allow for a really robust and complete neighborhood. A lot of the residents of the surrounding neighborhoods that I've talked to, including two at my table in the workshop, felt that the nearby R1 and R2 zoning isn't fair to them as property owners. And limiting the Precise Plan to just Moffett means that we're also significantly limiting the number of available parcels that could serve as opportunities for new buildings, residential or commercial. As Albert noted, Moffett already has some recent and upcoming developments on it. I think that to make the Precise Plan worthwhile, we should think bigger. 555 West Middlefield and 500 Moffett are a good start, but we can go further, both east and west, to give this plan more of a chance to take off. The more early redevelopment, the more likely we are to inspire other neighbors to join in. So, to my lovely EPC members, I think you should take staff up on question 1. They gave you the option. You should add to the plan. You can do it. That's your power. Embrace it. Be powerful. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker?
Oh, actually, we have 2 more. The next speaker is April Webster, and followed by Calvin Ma. April, you can talk now.
Hi, my name is April Webster. I am a resident of 505 Cypress Point Drive. I've been in the Moffett neighborhood for 12, 13 years now, so I've seen it grow a bit. I want to say I'm in complete agreement with what Alex had to say. I was also at the outreach event at the Ranksdorf Community Center, and like him, I would like to really strongly encourage the EPC to extend the boundaries of the Moffett Precise Plan. It seems like we've taken just the main artery through that community and pulled it out, and it alone is getting treatment, but it's part of a larger neighborhood, a larger community. And I would like to push council and the city to think more holistically, think of it as a system, and consider the context within that one street is built. And the way I see it's being treated, if it's just that street, it's kind of like a surgeon who considers just a joint without addressing the body within where it's getting replaced or something like that. I have some experience with this. It's just a very short, like it's siloed, short-sighted, myopic way of thinking about how you build a city or a community. So I'm pushing with the others to really expand that boundary out from Moffett up to 85 and really make it a neighborhood as opposed to a street running through it. Some other themes that popped up at that meeting, and every single group in that meeting discussed some sort of green space. They wanted a walkable community. They wanted a bikeable community, a community that had green spaces that they could spend time in, that had shade, that felt safe. They wanted traffic calming. They wanted fewer lanes, slower traffic. They wanted support for small business. They were really concerned about the existing sort of mom and pop shops in the neighborhood disappearing. There was support for small businesses, not just along Moffett, but further out, expanding into the community. Something like what you see at Midwife and Baker, Midwife and the Baker, close to Middlefield and Independent, where you have these places where people can gather and connect with their community and build those really strong ties. And that's what we're looking for in that community. There are quite a few people who spoke about this, all different types of people, different, there was a lot of diversity there, and that theme was so common. And so I really want to push for that in how we're thinking about building out this precise plan to create the neighborhood, the vision that the people living there want to see. And thank you so much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
We actually have two more. The next person is Calvin Ma, followed by Emil. Calvin, you can speak now.
Evening, commissioners. My name is Kevin Ma. I'm speaking in my individual capacity tonight and not affiliated with any group on this topic. I'd like to echo the comments made by James, April, and Alex regarding the interest in expanding the precise plan. But we all want a plan that is functional, that actually does something, is not something that we put on the shelf and call it a day. As such, we need to make sure that the spots that are covered by the plan are actually going to be developed. If we look at, honestly, at the sites in the current location, in reality, the only spots that are not already have a project on site and not going to be there for a while because of either their condos or because they're a school or hotel is pretty much the only corner, the four corners around Central Avenue and Moffett, which means not a lot of spots. I also went to the workshop at the community center, and I did hear also people who lived in that neighborhood who wanted to be able to develop more on their property, you know, those who are on the Steerland, for example. As people have also mentioned, it is close to the, the Caltrain station where we're putting so much investment into. We have bike lanes projects happening on Middlefield and Moffett. And we need to be taking full advantage of all of that. If we're building a tunnel underneath Central, it needs to connect to something that people are willing to go to, right? Because the current capacity is limiting. There's a literal vacant lot on the east side of Moffett in the Willowgate community just because it's an R2 site probably. There's not much you can do with it. We want to make sure that we're not just making a plan that goes nowhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The last speaker is Emil Abraham. Emil, you can talk now.
Hi, my name is Emil Abraham. I live at 555 West Middlefield, so I'd love for my property and the few others mentioned included. Yeah, I was at the visioning meeting as well, and it was the plan here outlines, yeah, what we discussed, and I think it's a really, really, really good plan. But yeah, I think extending the boundaries of this plan is a really good idea because yeah, this corridor just right now, it just feels like a pass through to downtown and to the transit area. And of my property, the 555 West Middlefield, I think they have construction planned to add like 300 or so more new units. So I think all those people could also be included in this plan. So I think they would benefit greatly from extending the boundaries here. Yeah, so echoing all the previous speakers, I think I agree with everything that they said. Yeah, thank you very much for this.
Thank you.
That's all the speaker we have.
Fantastic. Thank you, Madam Clerk. With public comment having concluded, let's move to questions from the commission. Let me see what my list looks like. Commissioner. Oh, this is questions. Yes? No?
If I have questions on the first question that staff wants, then I have questions on 2, 3, and 4. Should I be asking questions for everything, or are we asking questions on the question number 1 and then separately later on question number 2 and 3?
That's a great question, an excellent question. I think tonight's number 1 priority should be efficiency and speed, since we got a lot to cover. So let's just say, let's ask all of our questions all together. So just ask your 1, 2, 3, 4. And when we're done with our questions, then we can move to discussion, and then hopefully we can, my guess is that 3 of those 4 should be relatively quick. So why don't we just do them all together? So questions for 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's do it. Commissioner Gutierrez, or Vice Chair Gutierrez.
Oh, no worries. Thank you, Chair Dempsey. So look, I agree with the community comments, and in fact, I have here on my cell phone I read as many as the community emails I could read up to, I don't know, 6 o'clock. But I like James' perspective, and what I heard a lot from folks within the community too that had showed up for the community event in terms of pitching in and listening to what the proposed project could look like, is that the R1, R2 folks felt left out, or the homeowners in general, right? And when I look at the precise plan, I get it, but this is one of those examples of where I wish that we were a little bit more efficient and narrowed in on what the end goal is here as to what a potential neighborhood makeover could be. And that how that ties into the makeup of what we're trying to do with the objective goals that we have with the housing element plan, but just how we envision the city. So the question is, why couldn't we expand the borders more than what we have here? And if you look at James' email, he has a PDF that he shared with us, and he's got a picture there of what his suggestion would be for what this could possibly look like. I would encourage the staff to take a look at that, because the question I have is, if we're looking at potential properties, well, there are limitations already for what you can and cannot do associated with an issue of cost, then what's the cost-benefit analysis of doing that versus expanding out and encompassing more of the neighborhood to see what potential we have there for growth?
So thanks for the question. Eric Anderson, Advanced Planning Manager. So we are following council's direction from, I think almost a year ago now, before we kicked off this project, we asked council what their priorities were. And they asked us to study these 3 properties specifically. And so that's what we took to the community in our outreach, and that's what our kind of noticing efforts and other processes were based on. If the council wants to go in a different direction, that's certainly their prerogative, but it would be certainly have major schedule impacts on the project, and we would kind of have to go back to square one.
Okay, great, understood. So then the question is still the same. Have we considered expanding out? Because council did want to have this be studied, and if they didn't deem that as a question, I'm thinking since you brought it to the EPC, you value our opinion. That's why we're here, to give that opinion on land use and zoning issues. So I'm hoping that you would consider the question that I asked so that we can possibly, during the next phase of this discussion, factor that in and somehow make that as part of the conversation, because I think this is where we missed the point to all this. We've approved so many things there already. It's changed a lot without the precise plan being modified. And that doesn't seem right to me. I would think that if you're going to make these adjustments as you grow, you'd have to focus in on the precise plan first and then build. Why are we doing it the opposite? That's what I hear from the community. That's what I get from just reading this. That part I don't understand. And I don't expect you to answer that, but I'm just throwing that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Clark.
It's really just a follow-on to the Vice Chair's question. So just so I get the history right, and in reading the staff report, it sounds like your council asked specifically to study the inclusion of the 3 sites that you're asking us about tonight. But was there any discussion as part of that about the just a few of the properties between, like, Horizon and Moffett, or the area, a little bit of an expansion over by, like, CSA, for example? Or was that just not kind of on the table at the time?
Council did not discuss those areas, and there may have been some, by 1 or 2 council members, there may have been some general comments about the surrounding single-family homes, but it certainly did not rise to the level of a motion or a what do you call those, straw poll or anything like that, that the council ultimately gave direction on.
But some of those, like around Santa Rosa, some of that is R3 and might be addressed through the R3.
That's right. Yeah, as a reminder, we are working on a comprehensive update to the R3 zoning district, which could include increases in densities to parts of the R3 zone.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the commission? Commissioner Cranston.
I have several. The property that the adults education was it? Is that I'm surprised that's not listed as an education site. And I didn't think we could zone education sites.
So it is, you're correct, it's not listed as a public facility. I will defer to the assistant director or the director on our jurisdiction over that property. Certainly, should they decide to do something with it, we would have jurisdiction over, you know, any private entity that would come in and do something with it. But I don't believe that we have, I defer to the director on that question.
Good evening, Honorable Commissioners. Christian Murdoch, Community Development Director. You're correct in the general sense that state law prevents the city from applying its land use jurisdiction over educational activities of a school district. It doesn't preclude a city from applying general plan and zoning that may not align with an educational use, and it does cover instances, as the advanced planning manager indicated, where perhaps the school district undertakes non-educational uses or endeavors to dispose of a property through sale to a private party. And so those land use regulations would be in place and perhaps prevent a private property owner from having to undertake general plan amendments, rezonings, et cetera, in the event of a non-educational use.
Thanks. Next question. The 1.8 FAR number, that's what we committed in the housing element?
Yes, it's also what this area has as an intensity in the general plan. So
just bring it in line.
Yeah, the action that we would take here would bring those in alignment.
What's the effect of adding the additional areas? Would those also all be required to be 1.85 FAR?
No, adding the additional areas is voluntary by the city and over and above the content of the housing element.
Next question. What history do we have of actually seeing an HOA kind of disappear for something like this? I mean, I drove around a little to the Willow Park a little bit, and it's definitely an older area, but it's lots of cars, lots of people seem to be living there, and my kind of impression is that HOAs are kind of a one-way trip, and so I'm trying to understand, if we zone it, is it just a waste of time?
That's a very good question. Certainly we recognize that is an impediment to, you know, definitely near-term and probably medium-term redevelopment at the site. Did the assistant director want to say something? I thought I saw you moving.
Hi, good evening. Amber Blazinski, Assistant Community Development Director. I think, you know, just to add a little bit to what Eric was saying, yes, it is difficult. It would take a lot of work to turn over a site where there were ownership units, right? I think everybody understands that. I think what inclusion allows us to do is to, you know, make improvements to that entire streetscape, all the way maybe possibly up to Shenandoah if the commission does recommend that those are included into the plan area. And I think that's a key point. So if there was going to be some, you know, modifications or any sort of development permit that came in for that site, the potential for the city or private developer to, you know, continue that streetscape would exist, which is probably a positive all the way up through on Moffett.
So I was under the understanding that Public Works is already looking at a plan for the street anyway, even regardless of a precise plan. Why is the streetscape linked to the precise plan if Public Works is already working on something to potentially eliminate lanes on Moffett and add in bike lanes and the like? Why are they linked?
Do you want to answer that one? Oh, I'll let Ed answer.
Yeah, here comes the Public Works Director.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ed Arango, I'm the Acting Public Works Director. So the Moffett Complete Streets project is the project that we're looking at for evaluating complete streets elements. It's really focused on the bike element improvements and within the existing right-of-way and existing sort of curb to curb. So the precise plan could outline dedication requirements, streetscape requirements for frontages, which would allow for additional right-of-way, which would in lieu give us more opportunities for more complete street elements.
Can I keep going?
Keep going. You're on a roll, Bill.
This one's not related. Thanks.
Wait, Mr. Director.
Sorry. Since you're already up there, do you mind if I just interject with a related question? So I just wanted to clarify, you're saying that, well, first, I was under the impression that streetscape could be done without adding the parcels from the staff report. And since you guys are already doing it, are you saying that by adding the parcels, we can then look at the actual right-of-way and not just work within the existing? That we can then change what happens and where the curb is, for instance?
Well, I think where you get the advantage with the precise plan is what happens on the private properties, right? So we certainly have other precise plans where modifications to the public right-of-way, you know, on the say the arterials that are kind of serving that precise plan area, there's some analysis and direction given to the city for those improvements to the right-of-way. What you get with including them in the precise plan is improvements on the private property side.
I think I would just follow up with Eric on his, with the precise plan, very clearly that is accurate on what you get with on the private property, but it also can dictate the public right-of-way improvements. So it can identify wider sidewalks, how you want the sidewalks to, wider park strips. So it's sort of the dimensions of the public improvements in the right-of-way. Again, the Moffett Complete Streets project is really focused as a combination of a pavement maintenance project and a bike lane project, really staying sort of constrained there. Everything behind the curb is effectively going to stay the same.
If I could maybe add another way to think about it, you can include the streetscape design requirements without including the parcels, provide the vision, guide future city investments in the right-of-way, including the parcel as well, provides that clearer connection between the right-of-way improvements, including any expansions beyond the right-of-way into the private property as an associated component of future development of the parcels, and their potential proportional obligation or complete obligation, depending on the circumstances, to undertake or provide financial support for those improvements. So there are some advantages to including the parcel relative to the streetscape, but it's not essential to do so.
Thank you. So if we included those parcels and we got to look at something a little bit more holistic with the, what happens on the frontage and the right-of-way, does that take away all the work you've already done? Or those things are moving forward no matter what you've already studied. Would you then look at it from scratch if they were included to see what else could be done, what could be improved?
So including it within the precise plan, it's just another, if the city were to elect to do any improvements to the right-of-way behind the curb, that would be an element that we would review. So what we're doing now doesn't take away from it. Again, it really focused on it's a pavement maintenance project with the inclusion of introducing bike lanes and other green street elements. But we are limited, we are focused on the curb to curb, anything behind in the sidewalk area. If the city were to elect to do improvements, we could. Typically, we rely on the development community to do that. So when a property redevelops and a precise plan identifies a specific streetscape, then they would renovate the frontage improvements to be consistent with that streetscape.
Okay, thank you. And then just one specific question, and I'll end it right here with this one. There was an example in one of the comments of having the bike lane at sidewalk. I'm not saying this is what we want, but just using that as an example of a different idea. That idea is then out because we've already looked at the streetscape in the bike lane and what we're going to do, and we're moving forward with that. We're not going to go backwards and say, hey, we have now more room, not just curb to curb, but the frontages as well, to re-examine how we do the goal that we had in mind originally.
It wouldn't preclude it, but for efficiency, since we have a facility that is serving the bikes, we would likely lean on that facility, and rather than try to impose a new facility on the corridor. Since it's a combination of city funds and grant funds. So we're really in a unique opportunity to take advantage of these grant funds for this complete street project on Moffett.
Thank you. That helps.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Hold on.
If you have,
Commissioner Cranston, take it away.
If you have curb to curb, is there any reason that the street side can't be raised so it's the same level as the sidewalk? And then you have a bike lane that's the same level as the sidewalk? If you control what's in between the curb, you can raise the level of the street, right? And change where the curb is.
If there's sidewalk there to the other back of sidewalk. But the focus of the Moffett Complete Streets project is really curb to curb. And we can elect to do, with council's direction and approval, changes to that. But we really try to focus on existing conditions and maintaining existing conditions.
Any further questions for the Public Works Director? Okay, don't go far. We may need you back. Thank you very much. Commissioner Cranston, back to you.
So related to Willow Park, okay. It's all soft story. Have we ever seen anything in a precise plan that might, the cost of dealing with earthquake proofing soft story structures is really high, and I have no idea whether that property had ever done any earthquake retrofits, but have we ever seen anything in a precise plan or everybody else's zoning that would actually put something in place that might actually help the people from not being at risk of earthquakes if they did decide to do something? Because, is that something that if council decided to include it, would that be something that could be worked into a framework in some way? If it's already been retrofitted, then it's not a big deal, but it struck me that it's all soft story, and that's not great.
Yeah, so typically those issues are dealt with in the building code. We had an initiative several years ago in our building division to study soft story buildings in the city, and that initiative, unfortunately, we put it aside for other priorities with the city. But your comment is, as a general comment, if it's something that the commission and the council want us to look at, we can see if there are incentives that could be developed through the precise plan related to that. However, one issue there is we would have to look into kind of the funding that would be necessary and who are the beneficiaries of that funding and how we would create that incentive. I don't know if the director or assistant director have anything to add.
And my fellow commissioners will forgive me. The only two people here that lived through some of these visioning kind of things are Commissioner Clark and myself. The idea of a placemaking center has a certain meaning to it, and we went through a lot of discussion about that during the San Antonio Precise Plan, and we have this thing we called it was the place, and it's vacant. And the second item was the thriving economic hub of economic activity. In the Centonian Precise Plan, that was the intention of trying to make it busy. We've got the same thing built into the East Westman Precise Plan, and nothing has happened. and at the same time, we're trying to ensure that downtown survives. So I am confused by the fact that we know that the world is not going shopping at stores, they're buying stuff online, okay? And the things that downtowns are becoming is more of an entertainment hub, and across the street, across Central, we're working to build that. I'm confused by how this, are you talking about creating a competing downtown? If that's, because a thriving economic hub and a place-making thing, to me, sounds like you're trying to create another San Antonio Center, potentially Moffett Park kind of thing, and I was struck by that in the vision items. It seemed, I was worried about those. So can you comment on that?
I'm going to toss this to our MIG consultants.
Yeah, if you'd allow me to start, I think what we're doing is trying to reflect what we heard from the community. So this isn't staff's vision and framework, it's a reflection of the community input we've received. And I'd say there was some discussion of that point at the community engagement meeting we had. And I don't think anyone wanted to necessarily create a second downtown, but people did express a desire to have something more for them locally within their own neighborhood and not to have to leave their neighborhood to find those types of services and gathering places for them. And so I interpret it in that way, and they don't have to be the same type of place between downtown and what's created in this precise plan area. But we do need to, I think, respect the community's voice and figure out a way to make it the right type of gathering place and variety of uses that support those localized needs.
Any further comment from staff on that particular question? We're good? Okay. Commissioner Cranston, mic is still yours.
I will yield to Commissioner Donahue.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Donahue.
Okay. So we already discussed the Willow, whatever is it, 500 Middlefield, and the difficulty with the getting a whole HOA to buy into some redevelopment. What about, so 555 has been already approved for hundreds of additional apartments. What are your thoughts on whether it would be worthwhile to, if we included that property, what are the chances that they would back out of that thing that was already approved and then go forward with something that under the new precise plan versus if they go forward with what they currently have, they're unlikely to redevelop in any near or even medium term.
Yeah, so they did just apply for and receive a 2-year extension. So that shows that they're motivated to continue their entitlement. We have not had any discussions with the applicant or heard anything from them that would lead us to think that they would want to do a different project.
Okay. Great. Okay, so then that's that second property. Then the Shenandoah thing. The staff report says something about how there's some question about whether the Army will be disposing of that in the future. What's the likelihood of that happening? And because we want to make sure that if we include it, that there's actually some likelihood that we're not wasting our time.
Sure. Yeah. So right now we don't have any answers on that. But it may be clearer in the next few years. There are ongoing discussions between parties, and that it may be clearer in the next 2 to 3 years, we imagine.
Okay, but that's beyond the timeline of when decisions have to be made about that. So, okay.
That's right. Yeah.
And I think a bit of what we're trying to do here is to determine if there's a way to sort of go down the middle, recognizing the importance of this site in the event that this city does acquire it, or if it otherwise comes into the city's jurisdiction, that there's a relevance, there's a significance to this site. We want to capture streetscapes that are relevant and appropriate to some future, change in use potentially, but recognizing it's perhaps not worthwhile to put that level of effort into the planning quite yet. And so maybe developing some triggers for when that the city should revisit and undertake a planning exercise for the site. So it's not a perfect answer, but we think it's perhaps better to include it in the planning area with a designation for future study, reflecting what the land use is in the event that entry into the city's jurisdiction does occur in the next few years, for example.
Okay. Okay, and I think my final question is, if we include any of these sites, the staff report says that we can't meet the December of 2025 deadline. What are the consequences if we don't meet the deadline?
Well, I'll defer that to the director, but I do want to make it clear that this future study area approach that we talked about in the presentation, it would not have the same impact to the schedule.
Okay.
And as to the question of meeting the deadline for this housing element program, this is not a strict deadline where a consequence will accrue immediately the day after. What it is an indication of what the city's commitment has been to completing this planning work, including resolving inconsistencies with the city's zoning for those core areas in the general plan change area, and overall ensuring the city makes a good faith effort to carry out its obligations in a reasonable time frame. So if we miss it by a month or a quarter, the probability of some consequence or the likelihood seems low. If we were to say, let's blow this up and do this major planning exercise that takes an extra 2 or 3 years, we're not sure what the state would make of that in reviewing the progress and implementation of our housing element. So we are trying to guide the city down a path that gets as close to that deadline as possible and flagging risks to completing the program on that deadline, such as undertaking focused planning for Shenandoah, for example.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that sounds reasonable. Thank you.
Commissioner Yin.
Thank you. Several of my questions were already answered through this whole session and the presentation. Thank you very much. One additional question I had was, sorry, that got answered too. Will not including these 3 sites preclude adding them in at a later date? Or is having them be designated study areas pretty much the same, kind of saying that they are like precise plans on their own?
I'll start and then feel free to jump in. I think that the difference here is that there are some things that we can say about these sites at this time, and really being able to differentiate the things that we can say about the sites now versus the things that we can't is kind of taking advantage of all of those opportunities. We can say things about the streetscape. We can potentially say some things about the frontage. One other thing that hasn't been brought up so far is, we have a couple of properties here that are zoned P, which is a planned community zoning, and while there are procedures, they are not as clear as they would be if it was in a precise plan for things like minor modifications. So there are some benefits for including it in including all of these sites in the precise plan. If we were to add them at a later date, we would miss that opportunity of maybe doing that more comprehensive streetscape and frontage planning along the corridor. We may also miss an opportunity to, kind of incorporate these properties into clearer procedures. And there may be other opportunities that we may miss. I'll just end by saying, to the extent that you can do more comprehensive planning as opposed to more iterative planning, to the extent that that's possible, given what you know, it's a good idea to do so.
Yeah, I think I'll just add a point or two. Certainly, the city council can determine to add these properties into the precise plan at any time. The reality is that takes focus, prioritization, resources through the budget. We have many of those elements currently, And the question is there relevance to the precise plan area from inclusion of these properties today to achieve all the things that the advanced planning manager said, and to perhaps ensure the city has some control if something unforeseen happens with the properties. To forego that opportunity today means we may not have another opportunity in practical terms to do that for quite some time. And so it's a trade-off and somewhat of a policy decision in the sense of the EPC making a recommendation to the council on those points.
I understand. Thank you. And I know that you had already touched upon the question of expanding the boundaries even beyond what you're showing. And my take is that you haven't publicly noticed any of this, and that would require then delaying the deadline.
Noticing is a key part of it, but I think the more important fundamental part is what's the conversation we're having with the community, and how are we being transparent with the community about what this project entails.
Right. That was my intention, is just to say that we haven't had conversations and workshops with the community about that. Specifically, I had a question about the mobile home park, because it is right there. It's like we took a big dip with the dotted line, and I was just curious why they weren't incorporated into this conversation, and whether or not you had any discussions.
Yeah, again, it's the same answer that I gave the Commissioner Cranston. Is we received direction from council about what they wanted us to study.
Thank you. That's it for 5.1.
Okay. Commissioner Nunez.
I think I'm going last here, so bear with me, everyone. If I want to not ask as many questions too, but I might have to. Cool. So I think along the lines of one of these properties, the 500 West Middlefield Road, I noticed that a letter came in or an email came in from the SFPUC. So at the risk of trying to potentially misinterpret, state agencies' intentions, I guess I'd like to ask staff, how did you guys interpret that letter with regard to any potential limitations or constraints that, that agency's interests might put on our ability to incorporate this property into this precise plan?
Sure, I'll get started here. We have a lot of experience with the SFPUC. It goes right through the middle of our city and affects a lot of adjacent properties. And this is pretty form for them. They make this comment all the time. I think fundamentally what they're looking for in the past, there may have been cases when certain rights or entitlements due to the SFPUC property were made available to adjacent property owners or property that the SFPUC passed through. So for example, counting that area in the area of the lot for the purpose of determining density. SFPUC, rejects those actions. And we, when we do our density calculations, we base it off of the area of the parcel. We don't include the SFPUC land. So that is that's kind of where that language comes from. It's already part of our procedures. And as we included the SFPUC in the East Wisman Precise Plan, for example, we acknowledged those constraints when calculating things like a site's available density or FAR or whatever.
So is it safe to say there's no risk at all from us incorporating that property into the...
I would say that we would need to reach out and discuss with them, have a conversation with them about kind of what the precise plan entails, how it kind of has the potential of affecting their property. And from there, we would kind of determine the appropriate language and or next steps.
And how intensive is that interfacing and interaction?
Oh, they have, meetings that we would attend, where we would present, for example, the rezoning action and have a conversation from there.
And how often does that process take of going back and forth if they have any kind of input or feedback? How often do they have input or feedback? How often or how long does it typically take to get this okay from them, essentially?
Well, it's not a formal okay necessarily. We
Whatever that process is.
Yeah, it's something that we can integrate into our timeline.
Sounds great. Okay.
Commissioner Nunez, if you'd allow, just briefly to clarify for the record, the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission is another local agency, not a state agency.
Excellent. That would actually make me a little more confused, but I will just plow forward because it sounds like this can be integrated into the process as being proposed by staff. So in terms of more questions, in terms of the I think Commissioner Cranston raised a concern around the potential of kind of a competing, business center. I had a similar thought earlier this week as I was reading this. I guess my question is along those lines: to what extent has an economic capacity study been conducted as part of getting this? Part of the process complete and set forth to this commission? And if none has been conducted so far, at what point in the process can we and the public expect that to be conducted? And what would be the scope of what staff is looking for with regards to assuring or maximizing the vitality of that region from an economic perspective?
Yeah, the project does include some analysis of retail opportunity in the area. It has not been done yet. Right now, like the director said, we're reporting on what we've heard through the visioning outreach process. I don't know if Ms. Snelling or the consultants want to provide a little more detail about what the analysis that we're expecting to do through that.
Sure, and provide more. And good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Dan Amson with MIG. So I wanted to reiterate what the Director mentioned. We're hearing the community feedback at this point. I think what's really key to the feedback is creating activated ground floors and not just dead spaces. So that could be retail, but that could be other things like gyms or exercise areas or things that are more community amenities. So this is something that was talked at sort of a high level or presented by the community. What was also discussed a lot is not competing with downtown, being more focused on the Moffett neighborhood or amenities as well. So I think that's another key piece to this. We do currently have retail and economic consultants as part of the team, and they're looking at existing conditions or existing trends. This is really what I like to describe the sort of the what phase of the project. What do we want? What's that vision? But as we move into the next phase, it gets into the how or what are some of those options. So as the community and all of you and council as well help sort of define what we want to look at as part of the vision, we'll get into an analysis of different types of uses and whether feasibility would be from a business standpoint, also a development standpoint as well. So that is part of the analysis we go through is the alternatives phase that comes up next.
Great. And along those lines, is a kind of a view of what downtown is and or the health of downtown is factoring into that formal economic study portion? Or is it being looked at, because, for example, what I'm hearing is, right, the ground floor, the activation, all of that, is that being considered in isolation within this plan for just Moffett, or is it incorporating kind of like the other side of the coin, if you will, with regards to the downtown to inform what makes its way through that to that ultimate precise plan?
Sure. I'll do a quick start and maybe pass back to staff. There is also the downtown precise plan projects being run concurrently. So we do have the same technical consultants working on both projects to try and create consistency of analysis, but also understand what is the uniqueness of the two areas.
Yeah, that's exactly what I would say. Thank you. Nothing to add.
All right. I appreciate that. More questions. I don't think that they have to do with the economic vitality, unless, my next question is also in your scope. So in terms of the as close to yes or no as possible, just for everyone's sake, is it safe to say that the underlying zoning of the current, what is it, commercial, residential, arterial, is it safe to say that's going to change as a result of this precise plan?
Yes,
Okay.
it will, yeah.
Okay, perfect. To what extent is the current direction of the feedback, the study so far that we've conducted, to what extent is it still leaning towards kind of like that, that character of arterial, if that makes sense?
I would say that an arterial, is a roadway or a path that is kind of the step up from collector, right? You have these neighborhood streets that feed into a larger street. I don't think, if I can read into your question a little bit, I don't think there's necessarily anything in the term arterial that means 4 lanes, for example, right, or lots of cars. But that being said, the direction that we're moving forward on for the streetscape and the character of the roadway has not been defined yet. We know what the community has said. We're reporting on that. There's a lot of value to put on, reprioritizing some of that roadway towards pedestrians and bikes and creating a more comfortable environment for that. The new zoning, the new precise plan, will integrate with that vision and direction as it is ultimately materialized.
Right, and just to kind of inform a little bit more about kind of where that question is coming from, I see the phrases gateway and then also destination or placemaking center and hub kind of within the same documentation and that we received, right, as part of this meeting, which would kind of seem to be a contradiction in terms of a gateway by definition can't be a destination, right? So I'm just trying to understand, maybe I'm reading it wrong. That's probably the likeliest thing. But in terms of what's the proposed character of this area that staff is proposing?
Right. I think I'll tag on to where the advanced planning manager left off in your prior question. What I heard from that as well was how does the arterial, nomenclature in the current zoning relate to the future vision for what this community will be? And what I would say about that is the thought is the current uses in the CRA zoning district with the arterial nomenclature are intended to attract or serve people coming through the area, higher volume traffic, and perhaps a wider range of higher intensity uses to some extent. I think what we've heard from the community is a desire for ensuring that we provide for more localized serving uses in the zoning, and I think that care and attention is likely to be part of what comes in place of the CRA zoning based on what we heard, further reinforced by thinking about how the street design and corridor nature of that may be changed in certain ways to provide a different scale, a different context, and a maybe more inviting place for people to come and to gather to meet the neighborhood needs. If I heard that correctly, right, underlying your question.
Yeah, because leaving the technical definition of arterial aside from the planning perspective, right? Like the characterological ethos of the phrase gateway would probably align closer to arterial versus destination or hub. And so I'm trying to process that. And it sounds like, if I'm hearing you correctly, there's more public clamoring for something like a hub, destination, center, place kind of character.
Right. I think that's what we've heard from the community thus far. The challenge is translating that, of course, into the regulations and the uses, and that's very much part of the work that needs to occur once we firm up what the vision framework is to inform that stage of the planning process.
All right, that works. And then different subject here, 2 more areas of questioning. So it's going to be about the boundaries. I guess I'm trying to process too. I know I heard Commissioner Gutierrez ask some questions around the boundaries. I'm trying to process. I think Commissioner Clark also. I'm trying to process like some of the like what if any restrictions are on us. As a public feedback taking body and our own kind of disposition as individually representing the public as appointed by council, like what if any restrictions we have with regard to saying, you know what, we do think that it would make sense to consider these or those boundaries. Obviously, we're not going to be talking about like Wisman Station or anything like that, right? But like formally speaking, what overriding like I know that council didn't say that in when they kind of gave staff direction, and also the public hasn't really, to my knowledge, aside from the kind of feedback sessions in a formal kind of Brown Act type forum, been able to provide feedback around that, right? So this is also the public's opportunity to say, hey, we have this intuitive feel around what the neighborhood is, such that, we here are able to consider that. And so my question is, what formal barriers exist to prevent us or that would restrict us as a body from saying, hey, we do think that the public is onto something here? What are those boundaries or barriers?
Sure. And we as the staff certainly respect the commission's role in trying to absorb the community's input and give voice to it. I don't think we want to put any formal boundaries on what the commission's recommendation is. I think what I would ask you to do is consider how the council is going to reconcile all of the aspects of your recommendations in light of this overarching need to make a good faith effort to comply with the housing element deadline. And so there's more than one way to go about this. If the commission were to feel very strongly that the plan shouldn't proceed without expanding the boundaries sort of left and right, if you will, from the corridor, that should be the recommendation. There's perhaps another way to do it where the commission recognizes what the community sentiment is and you agree with that, and perhaps recommend that the council consider that broadening when we return to one of the future study areas, for example, that you may designate as well. So when going about planning for Shenandoah Square in a few years, perhaps revisiting this opportunity to make a more holistic planning boundary and undertake that when we're already going to undertake a robust planning process. That's another way to carry that forward, give voice to it, but not undermine a really important aspect of housing element compliance as well.
And Mr. Murdoch, just for point of clarification, the item that's here in front of us, this is a study session, so we're not actually formally voting on anything. Our aim is simply to provide summarized sort of majority sentiment comments to staff for your benefit going forward, and that's all we're doing under this item. Is that correct?
Correct. I think making your recommendation and sense of what the staff has provided to you, what the community input has been, and what you think the council should do with that in validating this vision framework and allowing staff to move on to the next steps in the process.
Thank you, sir.
Excellent.
Commissioner Nunez.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Dempsey, for clarifying that for the public. That's also my understanding of the context here. So last question here. So in terms of, because I'm hearing there's a lot of resourcing, a lot of kind of like council prioritization things that are kind of like the more like the soft barriers, if you will, and obviously trusting that to the extent that myself and my colleagues have been appointed in a way that is respectful of, like council's will, disposition, staff's resourcing as well. To the extent that there was a scenario where, the EPC, was to provide a appropriate, recommendation that was a little bit different from what staff has provided. And, assuming that HDC is looking at this, because my understanding too is it is not like a firm deadline, but there has to be meaningful and like good faith and like the disposition of progress has to be there in terms of the ambition of, what's being proposed in terms of new housing development, and the like trackable progress has to be there. That gets the okay from HCD, right? In terms of that deadline.
Right, I think
without going a year or 2 years over necessarily.
That is the assumption that we are operating under. Enforcement priorities can change, but I think at this time we're expecting that a good faith effort to make substantial progress on this will be sufficient.
Perfect. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, sir. And I understand we have a couple of small questions from Commissioner Cranston.
It was mentioned several times. It's my impression that the Prometheus project is compliant with current zoning code, and they can proceed without, there's nothing that precludes them from moving ahead than the normal process, right? So it was asked several times, why aren't we doing this precise plan first? They're in compliance with the current zoning, so they can make their proposal. There's nothing that prevents them from doing that, right?
Right. I think other members of the team will perhaps speak more directly to the project at hand, but you raised a point that I did want to address earlier, which is that while it would be a best case scenario for the city to undertake planning before projects are submitted and approved and constructed, we don't have that luxury in most cases. Property owners have the right to develop their property, to file applications, and for the city to process them under the existing regulations at that time, which is what the city has been doing in accordance with its obligations. So the sooner a plan gets into place, the sooner it can inform future development, but not in all cases will that actually play out in that sequence.
And the other question is, can you explain the difference to me between 928 Mariner Drive and 500 Moffett?
I don't know specifically the origins of the 500 Moffett address. The Mariner Drive address is an address used by the Army in relation to its management of the site. I think 500 Moffett may be more commonly understood given the higher profile of Moffett Boulevard, for example, and identifying the sort of geographic area or block, if you will, of where the property is located.
So the item on the council agenda, the closed session with real property negotiators talking about 928 Moffett Drive is in fact the same property that we're talking about?
928 Mariner Drive, that's correct. It's the Shenandoah Square site by the 928 Mariner Drive address.
Thanks.
If there are no further questions from the commission, before we move ahead, let me just give a time check. It's 8:35, so that we're more than 90 minutes in. We're going to do comments now from EPC. Let's do it this way. Let's cover plan and vision items, essentially everything that's in here except for the 3 extra properties. Let's get everybody's comments out. I'll try to kind of keep a running total here of how people feel about things. If there's anything that's real spicy or we're split on, we can do a straw poll. But for the most part, I just want to make sure we get our main comments out on the plan and the vision items, and then we'll hit the 3 properties kind of at the end and make sure that we've got everything tied up in a bow, and then we'll move on. Does that sound right to everybody? Fantastic. Who would like to be first in providing comments? Vice Chair Gutierrez.
Thank you, Vice Chair Dempsey. So this has been interesting. I like this. I know it's taking a little bit of time, but this is what democracy is all about. We chime in, we participate, we give our opinions and insights for the best interest of the city. And Christian, I appreciate you being here because you've been able to clarify so much, so well, quickly. That's efficiency, my friend. I like that. I like that approach. So I'm in agreement with what's been presented to us in terms of the suggestions by the staff. That's fine, because it's a study session, and there's room for growth. Commissioner Clark had mentioned before the issue of the R3 study. What I would like to suggest in this conversation quickly to City Council is to factor in the timeline. I'm thinking, and the community too, I'm thinking that one of the reasons that perhaps the expansion didn't happen the way we thought maybe it could where we would want to include different zoning areas that weren't included in this projection for what this precise plan would cover, is because the R3 would be in discussion still. When I look at the next steps here, Q2 2025, EPC and council study session to endorse a preferred land use alternative, that's the deadline that we're trying to meet. If we were to include R3, we'd miss that, obviously. So perhaps that's why R3 wasn't included, because that would blow the deadline. We're making a good faith effort to include that type of potential rezoning all in due time, but I think that answers that question as to why that was excluded. I would like to suggest, though, also to City Council, if they can hear my humble opinion, about also including, because right now I heard a lot about you all going out into the community and getting community feedback. What I got also, too, was that a lot of the homeowners wanted to be a part of this. That's clear. Was that presented to us here? No. I don't know why. I don't know how you designate these things to be included to the presentations or not, but I know it was there. So I would encourage the City Council to possibly, if you are going to expand, look at the R1 and the R2s, right? And let's do a quick cost-benefit analysis on that. Because when you look at the other 3 properties there in general, even though I'm saying, yeah, sure, let's go for it, let's study it. Well, the value there that would bring to us for future planning, it's all questionable. It's all challenging. There's no sure dunk. So we lose nothing by trying to explore the opportunity of being able to include the R1s and the R2s. So when we factor that in, I think then City Council has a broader perspective of what the community feels, what the EPC thinks of in terms of these potential plans, and how we can make the best use of our time trying to meet these competing deadlines so that we always go forward towards meeting the best interests of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, just very brief. If we're just addressing item 1, I think I'm fine with the draft visioning framework that's been identified.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Nunez.
So with regards to the framework, I'm assuming it's these 5 vision themes. I'm going to be a little bit more, hopefully not annoyingly pedantic, but that first one, the unique identity and destination, one thing I'm kind of looking for or looking at or feeling in that one is a little bit of redundancy with the second, third, and fifth. There's like a thriving hub, which is a hub is kind of a destination. A revitalized neighborhood. A neighborhood is a place, right? It's like a destination. And then a place-making center. Center is like a place, right? Like a destination. It seems to me more like that first one it might be better served by kind of just focusing on and or emphasizing like a unique identity. I think that supporting slide in the packet had some examples of like signage and things of that nature that would kind of imply or lean towards concepts like branding, unique like street or landscaping type of stuff. So I might lean towards just kind of like striking destination and just saying a unique identity. Number 1. With regard to the thriving hub of economic activity, I kind of, I know I'm not as well informed as some of our like professionals here on that, but I do have some kind of concern around the kind of potential of competition with their downtown. So I'm hoping that maybe, to the extent that other commissioners agree, that there is and I know that it's already kind of related with the downtown precise plan kind of visioning process as well that's running in parallel. But I would definitely like for something in here to just like, a sentence, a statement that says, hey, we're going to look to like complement the other side of Central from an economic perspective and not just kind of like try to replicate it unconsciously. With regards to a revitalized neighborhood, the multimodal corridor. I'm not going to take credit for this. I think Commissioner Yin, I have learned through you without talking to you that the way that you kind of plot a transit center is you put a pin where the transit center is, and then you like look at a 360-degree radius of kind of like what goes out from that. If I heard wrong, then there's a rumor out there about you being good with multimodal planning. But right now it's just like 180 degrees. It's just kind of like looking towards El Camino versus, you know, up towards like Middlefield, if that makes sense. So I think, and this is going to go to the revitalized neighborhood piece, I think there's an opportunity to link the two. Personally, and I'll be able to kind of connect a few more dots when we get into like the property components. But I will say right now that I have a strong pull towards expanding or recommending to council to look at that added boundary of the precise plan. And I know there's like resourcing and capacity and staff concerns. You know, I care about you guys, I promise. I'm not just saying that, you know, out of pocket here. But I do think that there is, aside from public sentiment and intuition around this being an opportunity to create a whole neighborhood and not just kind of look at a corridor of opportunity, I am very much strongly feeling that that's what, like it says right there, a revitalized neighborhood, not a revitalized corridor. And so I think that matters to me, to really have a strong, what's the word, deference to what the public, in particular people who live there and have said they've lived there for a very long time, are asking us for. And then the placemaking center, yeah, I saw the entertainment zoning piece come through, some commenting around that. I'm not gonna go that far, but I do like the concept of a placemaking center. So in conclusion, a unique identity, just cut out destination is my first recommendation. Thriving hub of economic activity that complements downtown. And somehow, again, the revitalized neighborhood, having that versus, because right now it's a revitalized corridor, not a revitalized neighborhood, at least as I see it. And then the last, the multimodal corridor piece, kind of looking at how you can create linkages that are like, you know, real to that transit center. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Nunez. Commissioner Cranston.
Mine will be somewhat similar to Commissioner Nunez. The idea of some kind of making it feel like you're in some kind of little neighborhood from an identity standpoint, I like, but the destination piece, I'm really not comfortable with competing with downtown. It should be complementary to it, and you use that term for the next one, the thriving economic activity. I completely agree. It shouldn't be something that's independent. We're not making a new town center. It's, you know, it's how do we connect it in? How do we make it more attractive? There's no question right now that when you walk across Central down Moffett, the large Prometheus apartment complex on one side is just a wall, okay? The other side with all the small businesses, could we do something there that makes it more, feels more connected? I think that's, so it needs to be complementary to get people walking back and forth. The transit center there, they may go over to grab dinner in the downtown and then walk home, or stop at the little market, and it's by the adult school, which is a cool little market right away. If you haven't been there, you should go to it. So it needs to be complementary. Revitalize the neighborhood within the context of the space that's there is, I don't disagree with it. It's just, it's a pretty narrow spot to revitalize. So if you could do something there, great. Multimodal to me is part of the same thing, connecting it to downtown, connecting it to the transit center. I remember on the placemaking, I remember the whole discussion, and Martin in the back there probably remembers the discussion around placemaking, and I have a different view of what placemaking means, which worries me in this context. If it's something that makes it, how do you feel like it's part of the neighborhood? Yep, okay, but it's not, you're not competing with downtown. So the tone of this, as right now, the vision is written as if it's independent, which I'm not as comfortable with. I think it needs to be connected to downtown, connected to the transit center. So it's wordsmithing, but it's enough that it worried me as I read that the vision as it's written right now. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Cranston. Commissioner Yin. Oh, Commissioner Nunez, you had more?
No.
Commissioner Yin.
Thanks. As far as the visioning, the one thing that really stood out to me was a unique identity, and a lot of the subcategories that are listed in this box are about signage and markers. And when I think of identity for a neighborhood, it has nothing to do with signs. Because when you go to downtown, I don't even think you need a sign. You know it's downtown and it's in the design. And it's harder to do, but it is far more effective and a better place to be, is when you don't need a sign to tell you you're in somewhere special. So I worry a little bit that under the category of identity, we're talking about signage and wayfinding. I think those are, nice to have. I'm not saying we shouldn't have them, but that is not the category or the items that we're looking for to produce identity. That's in the design. I did also think about the downtown. Definitely don't want its mirror image, but I didn't envision that you guys would be doing that. I'm hoping not. I'm thinking that they have small businesses already. We don't want those to go away either. So I don't want to take away from the ability for them to enhance what they have there. With the Caltrain electrification, we are actually creating a little bit more of a barrier for them to get to downtown. I know that by doing the tunnel, we're helping that, but it is still a barrier, no matter what. So just, regardless of what that is, it's just more difficult to cross when you go underground and then come back up. So I think it's nice if they have a sort of a place of their own. I don't see it completely as a corridor. I know that they feel that way. I'm hoping that we're not trying to just produce a nice corridor. I think you can have both connection and place. It's a both and it's in the details of how we do it. So I'm not averse to the placemaking and trying to develop an area that the neighborhood feels like it's theirs as a community building space. What else here? Yeah, for now, I think that's the main comment or comments I have for the visioning. Thanks. Everything else looks, really good. It's all, devil's in the details. So I'm hopeful.
Thank you, Commissioner Yin. And Commissioner Donahue.
It's interesting that this is, I think, the first time anybody mentioned the train being a barrier, which it clearly is. And as I was reading the staff report earlier, I was thinking of that. Even there was some email from the public also that kind of I can't remember exactly, but I don't think it was aware that it's basically going to become more of a barrier going forward. So generally, I agree with the 5 items. I was a little confused initially about it being a destination, which to me means it's drawing people in from all over the place. It's like a regional thing, but now I see that it's more of a neighborhood-focused thing. So I'm not as concerned not as confused about that anyway. And I also, like the other commissioners, want to express my desire that it's not competing with downtown, that it's not detracting from downtown, that it's basically enhancing and making the city overall better, not this side of the tracks versus that side of the tracks kind of thing. Yep, so those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Donahue. So any further comments from any of the commissioners? Doesn't look like any. Maybe let me throw out a couple of things and then I'll do my best to summarize, although I got to say I think it sounds like we're all pretty much in the same place in terms of what matters to us about this. Before I say all the stuff that's agreeing, there's two tiny little nitpicky things that I guess I would point out, so if you'll permit me. When we do these sorts of, I don't want to call it economic revitalizations, we talk about coffee shops and bars a lot, and I love them both. Although as soon as I saw that, then I started thinking what many of you may have been thinking, which is, that sounds like Castro. And then I'm like, how's it different from Castro? And it was never really clear to me. So I'm going to be in complete agreement that we need some like unique identity clarification going on here. That's going to be really important because I don't want that section competing with Castro to the extent that it's becoming a bit of a restaurant district. I'm not sure that we want to replicate that up there. They really should have their own thing. They should be their own place. They should have their own name for that neighborhood. It really should be it should be them and not just Castro North. And so I think really parsing out what is unique about that neighborhood and emphasizing it so it doesn't just become a clone of Castro 100 through 300, I'm completely in agreement with that. But can we just prioritize daycare? Just forgive me for saying this. Like, when we do economic development, there's a lot of folks who can't go to the bars anymore because they have little ones and they like to go to bed at 7 o'clock and things like that. So I guess what I would say is simply that when we're talking about economic development, there's more than one way to do it. There's more than one way to do amenities, and it isn't always coffee shops and bars. Again, both of which I love. Finally, let me just say, I very much support what we have here. I think having a precise plan for that change area is a great idea. I went and drove through there today. I hadn't been up there very much lately, and I went and drove through there, and you really could see the opportunity. There's some definitely older buildings there that look ripe for either densification, some more exciting amenities, what have you, and some empty lots too. So anyway, count me in for. I love the concept of the precise plan. I love what we have in here. I generally love the values and the vision items, and I just think that we really need to do that for the next step. Really work on what's unique about the place and really start the branding of what we think how they're going to be their own special thing that I'm going to want to go to that's separate and different from Castro. Okay, so that's enough from me. I think Commissioner Gutierrez, go for
it. I'll be quick. So you mentioned let's give them their own name. Let's give them their neighborhood. We're the EPC. Can we do that? It's land use and zoning. Can we propel that? Or is that just city council?
I think it's very much a role for the EPC to play. The council relies on the EPC's recommendations, insights, expertise, thoughtfulness, ability to thrash through the issues more comprehensively than sometimes the council format allows. So I think, yes, as this process advances, very much we'll need the EPC to weigh in on, are we getting it right? Is it unique enough? Are we hearing from the community that it's reflecting what they think reflects their neighborhood?
Great. So just as a follow-up then, so you haven't clarified that. That's great. So that's a call to the neighborhood. If you're interested in wanting to do something like that, chime in, email, stop by, talk to us, talk to city council. You have 3 minutes at the dais. Go for it. Thank you.
And let me just throw one thing in. I did not go to the listening sessions, but I would be curious to know how the people that live there refer to their own neighborhood, because I don't know. I don't know what they call it. But I would be very interested to know what that is. And I think maybe there's a wonderful branding opportunity here to call themselves, something cool that makes me go, hey, I want to go wander around there. Okay, that's enough from me personally. I'm going to pose a question to staff, which is, do you feel like you have a well summarized, there's more questions. Oh, Commissioner Nunez, you had more. Go for it.
Similar question, but it was actually going to be directed to you, Chair. It was a question of process clarification, actually, because there were a few things that, and to the extent that staff doesn't or does need this, they can chime in. But my question was around, there were a few things there, for example, like the signage that were more like firm recommendations. Like, for example, just as using that, I totally agree. Let's recommend no crazy signage or anything like that. So I'm wondering, to what extent would it make sense to, I saw you taking notes, get some straw polling for some of these more like up-down style recommendations? Because I would love to formally recommend like no unique entry signage, for example.
Okay, so thank you for the question, Commissioner Nunez. Let me put it like this. Again, my priority is we need to move quickly because we got a lot to do tonight and it's already getting late. So whatever we do, we need to do it fast. I myself have no problem with straw polling specific up or down questions that you have, as long as we can be sort of speedy about it. And provided staff would find that useful, I have no objection to just speed running that.
Right. I think in the interest of time and given the nature of what this is, which is a little bit higher level, broader vision, happy to take the feedback. If we sort of run down the line or whoever has additional points, we can take that. I don't know if the effort of a straw poll is necessary quite at this stage.
Perfect. Well, then log me down for a very against the signage. And there is one around the boundary of the plan that will be informed by our discussion on the proposed addition of the sites. So I'm just telegraphing now that that is one where I will be trying to see to what extent the commission feels similarly.
Yeah, I do think that there's a straw poll to be had here on whether we think the boundary of the precise plan should go beyond the 3 that were pointed out. It seems like I thought I maybe heard that from some folks. That seems like a big ticket item for this conversation, and so I think that's probably straw poll worthy. But I didn't want to skate too quickly over what you had asked earlier. Is there anything that you raised that you feel absolutely must be straw polled?
The signage. No, okay.
I'll give you a straw poll on signage.
I did fully agree with that. No, it's fine. Okay. You just put me down on that because I thought it was kind of corny when I saw the picture. Okay. Sorry, no. Sorry. Thank you, Steph. I love you. But definitely the boundaries one, I'm going to hope that maybe we reserve that to the end just because I do think that the property addition discussion will inform that.
Okay, so maybe we'll just do that last, if that's okay with you, Commissioner Nunez. And so if we, from staff, you feel like you've heard enough from us on the plan and the vision, and you have sufficient clarity to move forward in a helpful way, then we'll declare item 1 complete. We did our job there. Now let's cover the 3 suggested pieces of property and I would ask staff to once again clarify for us precisely what we're talking about here, that they would not be formally included in the precise plan, but we're kind of back pocketing them, or what would help us understand the concept before we straw poll that or we talk about it.
Yeah, so this is really the direction that the critical path that we need to move forward on right now is, do we want to include them in the boundary of the precise plan or not, these 3 properties? If the answer is yes, then there's a subsequent conversation that can be had, which is, what do you want to see on those properties? And the path that we want you to understand that is a very viable path is to say, for now, the precise plan will just continue what's allowed from a uses and density perspective. We can add other standards around the edges, if somebody wants to do like minor modifications, some standards around, landscaping or open space or things like that. We can also add procedures and other things. The other option there is to completely re-envision these sites with new uses and densities, and that's where the project schedule is affected. So the question now is just boundary, but kind of casting forward to the next step in the process, if you do include them, you'll have that question in front of you.
All right, but the staff recommendation for now is?
Well, we didn't have a formal recommendation in the report, but I think as you heard in our discussion, there are a lot of good reasons to include them now.
Wonderful, thank you. 500 Middlefield. Comments on the inclusion of 500 Middlefield into the precise plan. Commissioner Clark.
Well, I'm going to spare you all the time and just talk about all three because
sure.
I think we should include all three, and it's all for the same reason. So having worked on precise plans before, I have never regretted having a contiguous corridor and a contiguous precise plan and including additional areas which can be pulled out later. I have often regretted not including areas later on because it's much easier to remove them or do a sub-plan later on. For example, if we do acquire Shenandoah, that can proceed, as a subset of the overall precise plan. But I think why it's important to include them all today is one, as we've heard, the streetscapes, the planning that can occur, and some really high-level desires around infrastructure and other things that, if a private party were to acquire Shenandoah or 500 West Middlefield someday, there are standards and things in place where they know what they're getting themselves into, as opposed to us having to then go through a planning process that takes multiple years to get through. So I think including them now, getting all the basics in place makes sense, and just having that contiguous corridor from Central Expressway all the way down to 85 as opposed to just stopping at Middlefield. As Mr. Anderson mentioned, I don't think we need to plan for different uses and intensities in these three areas because Shenandoah is a ways out. 500 West Middlefield probably isn't going to be redeveloped anytime soon, and 555 West Middlefield has an active permit on file, even though there was an extension granted. So I think we just include them at this stage and have a high level vision, especially on the streetscape, and then we can always make modifications later if we need to.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Nunez.
So coming into the meeting, or before getting and really processing the public comment, my thought is yes to all of the sites being added, and at least dispositionally, I still am a yes to all of that. But what I'm struggling with is we have people from that neighborhood. I know I myself have definitely, really close to there. I find myself navigating that area quite frequently myself, right? And so there is an instinctive neighborhood that's wanting to emerge out of this area, if that makes sense. And we have people coming out to speak to that, right? And so, my desire would be, hey, let's say yes to all three of these sites, and also, recommend to council that they consider the possibility of incorporating that broader area as proposed by the residents from that neighborhood to give them a truly revitalized neighborhood, to give them a contiguous and an identified place, right? And we can call it the Adobe neighborhood. But what I'm hearing is it sounds like the biggest constraint to that being a thing is that we would have staff resourcing and soft but still meaningful deadlines that we would be coming up on. So then when I look at the sites being proposed, if they are being proposed, then that means that staff is viewing their roadmap or this is how at least I interpret it. If they're proposing that this is included, then that means that they are accounting for their own capacity to do the work of incorporating that into the precise plan from a work and labor perspective, right, and time. But here's the thing, we don't own the Shenandoah Square. I'm hearing that it's potentially 2 to 3 years from now. Maybe, who knows? We have the 500 West Middlefield, I think that's the condo one. Yep, that's an HOA. What is the real likelihood that that's going to get developed? 555 West Middlefield, we have an entitled, we have a developer that's looking to like move forward with developing that project. So there's really low likelihood that that's also going to move. We also heard that it is totally possible for us to give guidance on the streetscape independent of these sites. I understand that it makes sense to have the whole corridor there, but with regards to the parcels themselves, it doesn't seem that much action is going to happen there. And one is, I don't want to say speculative, but it definitely leaning towards uncertain. So if we have the public coming out and saying, hey, we already have an identified neighborhood, here's the boundaries, we're proposing that to you, and we already have land that we actually have jurisdiction over, with people from that land coming in saying we want this to be included, then I would say, well, then let's not incorporate these sites or one or two of them and reroute that staff capacity to giving the people what they want, which is a identifiable, revitalized neighborhood. And they even suggested boundaries for that to us. So I would like to say yes to adding all three of them, but I more than that would like to say, let's expand the boundaries, failing our ability to kind of like play Tetris with staff time here. That's what I would suggest. And I know that the map incorporated those three sites, but if those public commenters are still watching, maybe we can just give you guys really nice streetscapes. That would be what I would recommend.
Thank you, Commissioner Nunez. Commissioner Cranston.
So 555 and Willow Park, I don't see radical changes in what we're seeing there, but I have over the years watched when the military has turned over properties to local jurisdictions and found it interesting. In some cases it works really well because the city was involved up front. In other cases it was the military sold it to a private developer and they started heading down a path and the city was like, oh my God. So I would, to me, adding Shenandoah without adding the two doesn't make sense. But I think adding Shenandoah makes sense because if we have a vision as to what it can be and we've thought about it ahead of time, then if and when the Army gets around to getting rid of it, the congressman who's been kind of blocking it is termed out at the end of this year, so maybe it'll happen more quickly. But I would add them to make sure that what we get in Shenandoah is what we would want in the future. So it's kind of in order to get that one, I need the other two. So I'm supportive of all three. I agree with Mr. Clark that it needs to be a continuous corridor. But I'm supporting the idea of adding them mainly because Shenandoah is something that I've over the years in Southern California, multi-locations, Colorado locations, it's not been consistent. And so getting ahead of it, I think, is, if it's that close and if they're really having meetings with council about the location, it's probably closer than nearer than farther. So I'd rather do that. With respect to the discussion of adding neighborhoods around it, I don't think we have never done a precise plan that overlapped residential neighborhoods as far as I know. Existing, it's all been greenfield. Okay. And I would absolutely positively want to, I understand why there's some residents there would like to do something with it, but if we're going to look at that, it needs to be looked at very carefully. The biggest anomaly in this whole thing is, why is there an R1 block surrounded by R3, R4, and CRA? So there's no, regardless what happens, that little Franklin block, why is it R1? Okay, it just, whether we look at it here or look at it as part of R3 or something, but it's like it's an orphan. So somebody had to look at that, and my understanding was some of the people who were wanting to be added into the corridor were from that specific block. Okay, but I'd be very concerned about just expanding it further. I'm still R3, a lot of these things are naturally affordable housing, and we've got goals to try to make sure that we preserve naturally affordable housing, and a lot of these R3s could be, we got to look, if we look at that, it needs to be looked at far more carefully than just a discussion here and a couple of people that came to the session that like give me something. So I would not be in favor of adding the neighborhoods around it without a great deal of additional research and thought. So I would prioritize Shenandoah and the other two over looking outside of it for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Cranston. Commissioner Yin.
I'll try to keep it short. I agree a lot with what Commissioner Cranston had just said, so I'll just take his little spiel and just add it onto mine. I'm seconding that, and also Commissioner Clark as well. For me, same thing. Shenandoah. That is the lead, is to make sure, in case we do take ownership, that we can sort of plan it out. And all these were done, are okay to include, not only because of that reason, but I also wanted to make sure that we weren't increasing the intensity right off the bat. And I am going under the idea that by putting them in Moffett, we are not automatically getting them up to 1.85 FAR at the very least. So I am saying yes now solely because that is the assumption. What happens later, if it's 1.85 and higher, that's up to, the public, businesses, everyone involved in the city. But I do not want it to be an automatic 1.85 FAR jump. So I'll leave it at that.
Commissioner Donahue.
Yeah, that was actually on my mind as well. So the 1.85 is only the pre-identified change area, not necessarily even these three parcels or even the Valero station, I think, which is outside of that change area. Is that correct?
Well, the Valero station does have a general plan designation that's 1.85,
okay.
So that would have to be included.
Okay, that's already there, then that's fine. Okay, yeah, I was, going into tonight, I was concerned about missing deadlines, but I think that those, you've calmed my fears on that, and also the fact that we don't have to, it sounds like we don't have to fully plan out these three properties, that they're kind of in the back pocket, I think, as somebody said. So, yeah, the Shenandoah, I think, is the thing that to focus on, and I'm persuaded by Commissioner Clark also, and the it's better to put something in now and not regret that you neglected to put it in. So I would be in favor, yeah, of all three for the basically the reasons that a lot of people have already said.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Vice Chair Gutierrez.
Jose, it's fine. I mean, this is pretty simple. You want clean water, you vote yes. You want these three parcels included, then just vote yes. It makes sense because of the potential that's there. It's pretty basic city planning. I don't need to get philosophical on this. Well, I will say to City Council is listen to the residents there. I know folks had chimed in and we all have our difference of opinion. That's fine. That's okay. But what concerns me is that those voices weren't brought up in the presentation that was given to us here. That's my concern. That's why I did the shout out to possibly renaming the neighborhood and having them a chance, giving them a chance that they know or they may not know that they have to come and participate. So I'm with Alex and others and with some folks from that community that this is a differently parceled, structured neighborhood with a very narrow, precise plan covering certain elements that we know may or may not pan out. But I'm going to put it to you this way. If there's future potential earnings that we're going to give for profit-making abilities that are associated to these properties themselves and the property owners, gosh darn it, let's give the same opportunities to our R1s and R2s. They don't necessarily have to go all in. but they'll have increased property value. They'll be able to pitch into the city with whatever it is that they propose that they could do to improve their lot, thereby enhancing the best interests of the city. You give one, you give the other an option too, not just a certain group. Thanks. Other than that, I'm fine with it.
Commissioner Nunez.
Yep, just to kind of add to that, or follow that up, I should say. So I definitely, as mentioned earlier, fully agree with the value and the wisdom and all the reasons of adding those 3 properties, especially the Shenandoah Square. I would like to, propose, especially knowing that council can shoot us down at any time they want, right? They can say no. They can say they're crazy, or they can say that's a brilliant idea, like anything in between, right? We know that. And so right now, like the reality I feel as I'm looking at this is that we're talking about a corridor. Even as Commissioner Clark mentioned, hey, you want to have like the corridor, like this is a corridor. We're talking about a revitalized corridor, and that's fine. It would be better than not a revitalized corridor. But the neighborhood doesn't necessarily exist along the corridor. A good amount of it does, but the neighborhood exists around it, around the corridor. And so what I would say is, to Commissioner Cranston's point, any recommendation that we would make along having that expanded boundaries would be a consideration, a vote of all that intensive research or, like close magnifying glass being looked at. That would be what we would be saying is, hey, council, we're getting public feedback. We're hearing we want this to be a neighborhood versus a corridor. We are suggesting that you, council, consider the opportunities and potential for expanding the precise plan along these boundaries. And I just did want to have a point of clarification. Is it, to staff, if that's okay, can you clarify, is it actually the case that we've never added residential into a precise plan?
I can only speak offhand about the precise plans that I've been here for, which going back to 2014. We have added multifamily areas into precise plans. We, on one occasion, and with the East Wisma precise plan, we added a single family home into that precise plan just because the property owner was open to it, and it kind of made a clean boundary with the adjacent property. I do not know of, kind of whole single family neighborhoods or duplex neighborhoods that we've incorporated into precise plan.
Perfect. Yes, because I remember the Terabella stuff and how that went on. So then there's the rub. It sounds like we have added residential, just not single family residential. That is an interesting distinction. I would say, nonetheless, that we recommend to council that they consider the potential and opportunity of expanding the boundaries to incorporate the neighborhood, to have that study, to have that second look, as Commissioner Cranston is kind of speaking to, knowing that they could shoot us down and say no. And we have nothing to lose by just suggesting.
Okay. We can straw poll that here at the end. Give me a chance. Maybe I'll just say my own piece. I'm not going to, there's no more questions. Good. I'm not going to surprise anyone, I think, by saying I agree with my colleagues here. I'm in support of the kind of back pocketing those 3 additional properties, and I think Commissioner Clark did a great job of explaining why that makes sense. I do have to say, when I drove by Shenandoah today and I saw what looked like a park there, that's, I think it has like a baseball field. There's a bunch of big trees. Am I thinking of the right place? That place is beautiful. And if there is a way for us to prepare so that maybe 5 years from now or something, we actually have a chance to have there be an actual municipal park there, that would be amazing, because that's a pretty rare thing nowadays. to trip across something, an opportunity like that. So I think adding those three make a ton of sense. And so there's no, you'll see no daylight between me and everybody else on that one. Question to staff. Do you have all of the clarity you need? It sounds like there is some interest in having some sort of straw poll about whether we would go beyond the boundaries of the three additional that were identified by staff.
Yeah, I think it was basically unanimous.
The three.
The three.
The three were
yes,
unanimous,
exactly.
and then just because I think I've heard from my colleagues that they'd like some clarity on whether we want to go beyond those three. Does that sound right? I'm looking for people to nod at me and tell me they would like to straw poll this.
If I could just clarify what I heard from the commission, it was broad support to add the three. I did hear Commissioner Nunez say if it was a trade-off, he would be willing to forego adding the three sites if it allowed broadening the planning area into the R1, R2 areas. Is that fair synopsis?
On mic, just so everybody can hear you.
Confirming that yes, and that it would not be my preference to go that route, but
if necessary.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so I'm not yet seeing straw poll conditions here, but Commissioner Donahue, it looked like you had a comment. What are you thinking? Commissioner Gutierrez? Go ahead, Commissioner Nunez.
The straw poll would be for recommending to council that they look at the additional boundary as recommended to us by the public commenters, looking at the properties beyond that. Current slide 16 in our packet, and most of it appears to be like multifamily as well. So.
Okay, so that's the one that you would like to see. All right, is that clear to everybody before we straw poll this, what it is we're straw polling? About whether we would like to see consideration of the boundary of the precise plan going beyond what was recommended by staff to include what was shown, you said, on page 16?
Beyond what is shown on slide 16 on page 8 of the packet.
Okay, right.
Commissioner Nunez, can you speak into the microphone, please?
Yeah, let's get clear on this before we ask anybody to give an opinion.
Yeah, so it is going beyond, it is going beyond the current outline in slide 16 on page 8 of item 5.1 packet, the slides that were presented, and using the purple outlined area in the letter submitted to us by James Kuzmal on behalf of Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning and YIMBY as the starting point for council's consideration of expanding the boundaries to include a more holistic neighborhood.
Okay, well, tell you what, we do need to move quickly, so let's just put that to the commissioners. Just a quick show of hands, because this is a study session. Who would like to have that be a recommendation to the council? 1, 2? Okay, let the record show. Thank you. Anything further, Commissioner Gutierrez? Commissioner Clark?
Just super quickly, I think what we can have, even though there wasn't majority support there, like what we can highlight in the report that goes to council is that we did hear feedback that there was interest in expanding the boundaries, and if that's something they want to take a look at, that's just kind of highlight it as part of the discussion that occurred, because I think it was a significant piece of the discussion.
Yeah, and if I may, I would add, I actually had some interest and curiosity about expanding some of the boundaries. I couldn't draw you what I think the map should be. But I think that one thing I did actually hear from folks is that there is community interest in going a little bit beyond the boundaries of what was drawn, that you don't want it to just be the artery. It's a living, breathing neighborhood, and sometimes that goes a little farther out. Like if you go look at Castro, Castro is not just, or the downtown precise plan is not just Castro. It expands out to the sides. And so I think that's an interesting question. So maybe we don't know what the answer should be, but it sounds like there's interest in that inquiry happening on behalf of staff, if that sounds fair to my colleagues. Okay. All right, I think we're done. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. So can we do a straw poll just to say if we're in support of expanding the boundary? Let City Council look at it that way? generic
Could
term.
we do curiosity or inquiry?
Sure, let's say we are curious about expanding the boundaries.
Yeah,
I would be down with straw
I'm
poll
disinclined to have
curiosity.
this eat up more time. If you want to straw poll some, I'll give you one straw, but we got to do it quick.
Okay, I need help with language then, because right now we have different attorneys here speaking at the same time. So we are interested in possibly expanding the boundaries.
All those interested in possibly expanding the boundaries beyond the 3. Who is interested? Who wants to provide that little bit of direction to council?
Or what language would you prefer to use? And we can go quick. And if not, by now, if city council doesn't understand what we're trying to do here, come on, man.
No, they can watch.
And sorry to speak out of order. This could be like 100 years in the future, whatever comes out of this. So, like, I think we owe it to get it right.
Okay, so say it one more time. Let's put our hands up and let's move on to the next item.
The EPC is curious about boundary openings within the neighborhood.
All those feeling curious about that question, let's put the hands up. We'll let the record reflect 3. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Looking to staff, is there anything further you need from us on this item?
No, thank you.
Are there any further questions or comments from the commission on this item? Boom. All right. Time check. It is now 9:30. We're 2.5 hours in. Say again? What is?
Do I have to make a motion for a quick bio break?
That only seems compassionate. If there's no objection from staff, can we do a 5-minute recess in order? 5-minute recess. We'll re-adjourn back here in 5 minutes. Thank you. That was a good idea. Jesus.
People say that. I don't see it. Of course not. I don't see it at all. But that's how I can get away with calling it cute. She is mostly at home. She's got one part-time job. You're doing it right now. Get ready to go back to work. So we're gonna have to figure that out.
Oh, I was very. Then I gave this time to my Oh no, but I hated this. Yeah, that means I was way more. Because when I saw them, I was like, no, people. I was like, those median signs are so. Yeah, and they're like. How bad was your city developed that you have to give people maps on the screen?
Where's he on his percentiles?
As it should be. He's a smart guy.
It's going to be, I don't know. Like a hell of a planner.
I don't know, but actually, yeah. Yeah. I mean, we're not getting a full 8 hours straight, but you know, we're not really rarely. So I've experienced it, but yeah. So I'm quite everybody tells their horror stories. Like, oh, you know, until he was 2 o'clock, I was waiting, you know, getting up 3 times a night or whatever. 2 years of just 4 hours, 3 hours. You can't imagine. No, but he's healthy. He's doing well.
So I don't know where the human desire is to stuff like a baby foot in your mouth. I don't know. I've heard that before. I'm not the only one. Is when you see like pudgy little baby hands and feet, you just want to stuff them in your mouth. I don't know where that's.
I understand
I'm not
it.
the only one.
I understand it. No, I understand it.
The look on Bill's face is kind of how I'm thinking.
Like, what the hell? No, it's because they All right. Knock, knock, knock. We're going to let's gavel back in. Our recess is over, and thank you everyone for bearing with us. I know it's been a little bit of a long night. Let us move now to item 6, a public hearing, specifically item 6.1, residential development at 2645 through 2655 Fayette Drive Builders Remedy. We'll first have a brief presentation by the city attorney, followed with a staff presentation, then an applicant presentation, followed by questions from the EPC, and then followed further by public comment. At the closure of public comment, the commission will then deliberate and take action. Do any commissioners wish to make disclosures such as contacts with the applicant or site visits? Going once, going twice.
Yeah, I drove past it, but
Commissioner Cranston drove past it.
yeah, right, it's a vacant.
Yeah, it's
a vacant lot right now.
okay. Duly noted. Any other disclosures commissioners would like to make? All right, thank you. Let's begin then with a presentation by our city attorney, Jennifer Logue. Madam Attorney.
Wonderful. Thank you to the chair and vice chair and members of the commission. I am going to wait for the slides to pop up, and then I'm going to provide some high-level background information about the Housing Accountability Act and Builders Remedy provisions of the Housing Accountability Act to help guide your deliberations this evening. I want to provide one caveat. This is not an exhaustive explanation or description of the Housing Accountability Act. There are many, many provisions in it. I am talking about the ones that will be applicable for your deliberations this evening. And I also think it's important to keep in mind that there is a lot of disagreement amongst lawyers about how these provisions would be interpreted by the courts. We are in a legal uncertainty right now because there is no binding case law that interprets any of the provisions that we're trying to apply. So I am going to be focusing my presentation based on the plain language of the statute as opposed to how it may be interpreted by a court if challenged, okay? So the first slide is talking about the Housing Accountability Act. It's found in Government Code Section 66589.5, and I put that up there because I think a lot of people say SB 330, and they talk about all of the Senate bills that enacted all of these laws, but really what we're talking about is a Government Code section. And in that Government Code section, there are many, many provisions in the Housing Accountability Act. But what's important to note is the stated intent of the Housing Accountability Act. The stated intent is to significantly increase the approval and construction of new housing for all economic segments of California's communities by meaningfully and effectively curbing the capability of local governments to deny or reduce density for or render infeasible housing developments. So that's a big deal, right? Clearly, the state legislature has spoken, and they want to see, they want to facilitate the development of housing. It's also important to note the interpretation and implementation of the Housing Accountability Act, and it's going to be the policy of the state that it be interpreted and implemented in a manner to afford the fullest possible weight to the interest of and approval of the provisions of housing. So again, it's clearly designed to facilitate the development of housing. Next slide, please. So now I want to talk about Builders Remedy. Builders Remedy is one of many provisions of the Housing Accountability Act, okay? And the Builders Remedy provisions apply to only qualifying housing development projects. What are qualifying housing development projects? These are projects for which a preliminary application was submitted to the city before it adopted a substantially compliant housing element. And they are housing projects where at least 20% of the total units will be sold or rented to lower income individuals, or 100% of the units will be sold or rented to moderate income households, okay? The the project you will be considering tonight does qualify as a Builders Remedy project. The application was submitted before we adopted, so that's why we are here this evening considering this as a Builders Remedy project. And there's no dispute about that. Let's talk about what does that mean now for your consideration. What effect does Builders Remedy law have on a local agency's decision-making authority? Builder's remedy law limits a city's ability to deny qualifying housing development projects without making certain findings. It limits the city's ability to condition approval of a qualifying housing development project in a manner that renders the project infeasible. Infeasible for affordable housing development. And they've provided a definition of feasible. Feasible means capable of being accomplished in a successful manner within a reasonable period of time, taking into account economic, environmental, social, and technological factors. That's pretty vague. So, it's possible that there may be litigation over that. It's pretty vague. And then finally, it prohibits a city from denying a qualifying housing development project based on inconsistency with zoning ordinances and general plan land use designations. That's not a limit, that's a prohibits. So zoning ordinance requirements and general plan land use designation requirements are just off the table once you get into the builder's remedy world. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so the question on the minds of planning staff, city officials, legislative bodies throughout California is, what control do we have left in the world of builder's remedy? So this is where I'm going to rely on the plain language of the Housing Accountability Act. I do believe that local agencies do have some control left. Based on the plain language of the Housing Accountability Act, local agencies are allowed to require housing development projects to comply with objective, quantifiable, written development standards, conditions, and policies appropriate to and consistent with meeting their share of the regional housing need. However, those standards, conditions, and policies must be applied to accommodate development at the density permitted or proposed on the site. So, we can apply certain objective, written, quantifiable standards so long as they do not reduce the density of the project, okay? What does objective mean? It has a special defined meaning for these purposes, and it means involving no personal or subjective judgment by a public official and being uniformly verifiable by reference to external and uniform benchmark or criterion available and knowable to both the development applicant or proponent and the public official. So it's a pretty tight definition. No discretion is allowed. If there is any discretion allowed, it's not objective, okay? Another area where this is a big point of contention, is fees. I have read multiple arguments that we cannot apply fees. But when you read the plain language of the Housing Accountability Act, it appears that the city can. And I quoted the language because it's important to understand that I've heard the arguments where they say, oh, you can't impose the fees because the fees make the project infeasible. And infeasibility is discussed within the Housing Accountability Act. But you have a provision, 65889.5 F3, which says, nothing in this section shall be construed to prohibit a local agency from imposing fees and other exactions otherwise authorized by law that are essential to provide necessary public services and facilities to the housing development project. So it will be an argument about what nothing in this section means, right? I think, it's arguable that nothing in this section means that it's a standalone provision, that you can still impose fees so long as you meet these other requirements. They're otherwise, authorized by law, and they're essential to provide necessary services and facilities, okay? A couple of other things I think that are not really at issue here tonight. CEQA still applies. It's clear that CEQA still applies to these projects. And projects can be denied for health and safety reasons, but the Housing Accountability Act says that these are expected to arise infrequently. The conditions that would meet this health and safety, standard or conditions are expected to arise infrequently, so it's not going to be an easy one to rely on. Compliance with state and federal law, obviously, if denial or imposition of conditions were needed to comply with state law, then we could do that. And then there's also a carve out for land zone for agricultural or resource preservation. And like I said, those are special circumstances that really aren't present tonight, but I just wanted to point them out to you. And so now I think I'm just going to close for you. It's basically with this legal backdrop that staff prepared the subject staff report and that you should consider the housing development project before you tonight. Unfortunately, as I stated earlier, there's no binding legal decisions interpreting many of these builder's remedy provisions that are giving rise to disputes between local agencies and developers. Therefore, builder's remedy projects are currently being considered during a time of legal uncertainty with regard to some of these provisions, and that makes your decision-making very difficult. As you may know, the city has received 2 written threats of litigation, one from Cal HDF and the other from YIMBY Law. Given the legal uncertainty that I just talked about, it would be prudent to take into account these threats of litigation as you consider staff's recommendations and decide whether to modify or support the recommendations. Enforcing some standards or conditions and policies may be worth it, may be worth the litigation risk, while others may not, given the time and expense of litigation. So as you deliberate tonight, that is just something that you should keep in mind. And finally, I'm not saying that you should be afraid of litigation. I'm just saying that as you deliberate tonight, you should be informed of the possibility and what consequences that would provide the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was really helpful. We will now have staff presentation by Principal Planner Diana Pancholi and Project Planner Jeffrey Atsumura.
Okay. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Diana Pancholi, Principal Planner with the City's Planning Division. I'm joined by Project Planner Jeffrey Atsumura over Zoom. The item in front of you tonight is a residential development proposal at 2645-2655 Fayette Drive. A little over half an acre project site is located to the south side of Fayette Drive between Del Medio Avenue and San Antonio Road. The site is currently developed with a single-family home and 5-unit apartment complex and 6,900 square foot commercial building. The general plan designation is high-density residential, and zoning is residential only use restricted area within the San Antonio precise plan. The surrounding uses include 3 to 4 story multifamily residential buildings to the northwest and to the southwest, a City Park Fayette Greenway to the southeast, and another City Park Fayette Park across the Fayette Drive to the northeast. The project applicant is requesting a planned community permit, a development review permit to construct a 7-story, 70-unit for sale condominium development with a subterranean garage, replacing existing residential and commercial buildings on site, along with the vesting tentative map request to create single lot for 70 residential condominium units. The proposal includes 20% affordable units for lower income households, fulfilling the builder's remedy criteria as described by the city attorney. The project is also requesting a provisional use permit for a rooftop deck proposed above the 7th floor. A provisional use permit is required for upper floor amenities above the 3rd floor of a proposed development per the San Antonio precise plan. The project also includes a request for a heritage tree removal permit to remove and replace 9 heritage trees on site. The project includes 101 parking stalls distributed within 2 parking levels, although the project is located within 1/2 mile of a major transit stop and therefore not required to provide any parking per Assembly Bill AB 2097. A little bit about the site plan. The proposed site plan includes project frontage along Fayette Drive, an at-grade and a below-grade level of parking, a striped accent paved plaza at the entry lobby along Fayette Drive at the project's southern corner, and a trees and landscape area along the frontage. Vehicular access to the site and the parking garage is provided at the project north corner along Fayette Drive. Low water use ground cover and California native accent trees line the remainder of the perimeter, primarily along the shared property line with the Fayette Greenway Park. The proposed multifamily residential use is consistent with the high-density residential general plan land use designation and the residential-only use restricted zoning within the San Antonio Precise Plan. The project as proposed meets a few development standards in the Precise Plan, but does not comply with all the standards. However, as just described by the city attorney, pursuant to the builder's remedy provisions of the Housing Accountability Act, the city may not disapprove the project based on the project's non-compliance with these standards. A little bit about the project design. The project features a contemporary architectural design with materials such as stucco, lap siding, and thin brick in warm neutral tones. The elevation provides large glazing for residents, and the overall building base incorporates brick veneer and stucco base to screen the ground-level parking garage. The massing is vertically articulated by balconies, which helps to break large spans of wall plane, as well as provide private open space for the future residents. The building frontage design does not meet the Precise Plan requirement for setback along the Fayette Drive frontage and the step backs above 4 stories. Project is also not consistent with the Precise Plan's neighborhood transition setback requirements, but pursuant to the builder's remedy provisions of the Housing Accountability Act, the city may not disapprove the project based on the project's non-compliance with these standards. Regarding landscaping proposed in the project includes approximately 19,000 square feet of open area and landscaping. This includes the ground level landscaping, pedestrian pathways, outdoor patio, upper floor courtyard, and approximately 3,000 square foot of roof deck above the 7th floor. The project meets the open area landscape coverage requirement of the Precise Plan, but does not meet the common usable open space requirement and is deficient by 6,000 square foot. Staff had strongly encouraged the applicant consider modifications to the project to provide additional landscaping opportunities, but the applicant has indicated that a change in the site and the landscape design would render the project infeasible for development. The landscape plan utilizes a number of low water use and native plants. However, it is unclear at this time whether the proposal will meet the City Council's 75% native landscaping goal. The applicant has confirmed whether this, and the applicant has not confirmed whether this project meets the intent of the providing 75% native landscaping at this time. Regarding the tree removal requests included in the project site currently contains 16 trees. This includes 9 heritage trees and 7 non-heritage trees. All 16 trees are slated to be removed due to their location within the proposed building footprint. This makes preservation impossible without compromising the project design. Additionally, some of the trees, particularly the heritage trees, show signs of poor health and structural decline. To mitigate the loss of the trees, the applicant will be planting 26 total trees across the site at a 2:1 replacement ratio for the heritage trees and 1:1 replacement ratio for the non-heritage trees. Staff had requested the applicant to explore the preservation or relocation of on-site trees, particularly for a heritage palm tree that was originally to be relocated as part of the previous project entitled on the site. However, the applicant has indicated that the available landscape area on the project site is now not suitable for replanting these trees, and the project materials do not show if an option to transplant these trees have been explored or evaluated yet. Now, regarding the project's affordable housing plan. Affordable housing component of the project includes 20% of the total units for lower income households. This exceeds the city's 15% BMR unit requirement and qualifies the project for the builder's remedy. The proposed 20% equates to 14 units at 80% average median income, AMI. City's BMR ordinance requires affordable units to be reasonably dispersed through the project and have a proportionate distribution of units by number of bedrooms to market rate units. The project includes 5 studios, 6 junior 1-bedroom units, and 3 1-bedroom units. This does not align with the city's requirement. However, as a builder's remedy project, city staff recommends approval of the project as currently proposed, notwithstanding its non-compliance with the proportionality requirement for BMR units. In addition to that, under the builder's remedy provision of the Housing Accountability Act, the applicant must provide sufficient legal commitments to ensure that all affordable units remain affordable for a minimum of 30 years, and that is being proposed here. The 6 existing dwelling units on the property are currently vacant and therefore not subject to the city's tenant relocation assistance ordinance. But these units to be demolished are subject to the replacement requirements outlined in the state law, and the proposed 14 affordable units included in the project will fulfill this replacement requirement. Regarding parking and transportation, the project is located, as I mentioned before, within 1/2 mile of the major transit stop and is not required to provide any on-site parking spaces, as per Assembly Bill 2097. However, the project is proposing 101 vehicular parking spaces and 83 bicycle parking spaces on site. The project application includes a transportation demand management plan. The San Antonio Precise Plan identifies specific transportation demand management TDM requirements for project proposals above 1.35 base FAR. This includes measures such as joining the Transportation Management Association, providing transit pass subsidies for all residents for 10 years, and TDM monitoring, etc. Although the applicant has submitted a TDM plan, they have also stated not committing to it to implement the TDM measures in the TDM plan they submitted due to the applicability of the builder's remedy. At this point of time, the city staff recommends conditions of approval requiring implementation of the applicant's submitted TDM plan, which does not include joining the Transportation Management Association or agency. Additionally, typical project review of this scale includes preparation of a multimodal transportation or an MTA analysis to determine the local level project impacts, including bicycle, pedestrian, and vehicular movements. However, an MTA study was not prepared or imposed due to the applicability of builder's remedy in this particular case. The Precise Plan also outlines a streetscape, including a 4-foot wide planter strip and a 6-foot wide detached sidewalk. The proposed plans show a 6-foot wide attached sidewalk with planting behind the sidewalk. Staff received a public comment requesting Precise Plan compliance for a detached sidewalk, and staff would like to mention that this would impact the building's location, site design, safety, and the ADA provisions on the site as well. Therefore, as a builder's remedy project, city staff recommends approval of the project as currently proposed, notwithstanding its non-compliance with the Precise Plan standards. The project is also subject to the city's parkland dedication ordinance. This requires either the dedication of parkland or the payment of in lieu fees. Given that the San Antonio planning area is deficient in the parkland, and given the proposed development is constrained to provide adequate parkland on site, a fee is being assessed rather than land dedication. These funds will contribute to park and recreational facilities in or near the project area. As part of the city's ongoing effort to reduce financial burdens on housing development, Housing Element Program 1.8 aims to update the Parkland Ordinance to reduce in lieu fees by at least 20% on average across a range of typical projects. The timeframe for adopting reduced in lieu fees to reduce cost on residential developments is at the end of year 2025. In good faith effort to encourage housing production by lowering fees where feasible, staff is recommending that the parkland dedication in lieu fee for this project be calculated at the lowest fair market value per acre of land for the current fiscal year 2024-2025. Additionally, staff recommends an early implementation of the Housing Element Program 1.8 by applying the anticipated 20% reduction to the in lieu fee for this project. This would both align with our housing element goals and support the financial viability of the development. A condition of approval will require an 80% park in lieu fee. Regarding the environmental assessment of the project, in 2020, the City Council adopted an initial study mitigated negative declaration for a 44-unit residential development previously proposed on this site. Project impacts to the air quality and noise impacts were reduced to less than significant levels with the inclusion of mitigation measures and application of city standard conditions of approval. As part of the environmental review of the current 70-unit development project, City has prepared an addendum to the previously adopted initial study mitigated negative declaration in compliance with the CEQA guidelines. It is found that the proposed project would not result in any new impacts which were not previously disclosed in the previously adopted ISMND. Would it result in substantial increase in severity or magnitude of any significant environmental impacts previously identified? The project is determined to be consistent with the city's VMT policy and have a less than significant VMT impact as well. Regarding community meetings and public comments, typically development projects of this scale and size are encouraged to conduct a neighborhood meeting to gather community input during the project review phase. Although staff strongly encourage applicants to host a neighborhood meeting to engage with the community, the applicant has declined to conduct a meeting for this project. Similarly, the applicants declined to attend a Development Review Committee (DRC) meeting to discuss the project design. These meetings are not mandatory, but applicants are typically, they participate as a way to get design feedback from staff and the community. After we published the agenda for this item, staff has noticed a few minor corrections that we would like to bring to your notice and recommend as part of today's recommendation. This includes minor corrections to Exhibit 1 project resolutions and the attached conditions of approval. Specifically, it needs correction to condition number 42 in Exhibit 1 to require 83 bike parking spaces instead of 89 bike parking spaces. That was a typo, a mistake. And also removing, the second correction is to remove sub-bullet B regarding electric requirements under condition 108 about reach code requirements. In conclusion, the project is found to be consistent with the applicable development standards, achieves general plan and housing element goals by increasing market rate and affordable housing opportunities in the city, and helps meet city's regional housing needs allocation. Therefore, staff recommends that the Environmental Planning Commission recommend that the City Council adopt a resolution conditionally approving the planned community permit, development review permit, provisional use permit, heritage tree removal permit, and the vesting tentative track map, pursuant to the conditions of approval for the Builder's Remedy project, with the few minor corrections as stated earlier in this presentation. I would also like to note staff did receive 6 public comments on these items, which have been provided to the EPC prior to the meeting via email, and also was uploaded on Legistar for the public to view. This concludes staff presentation. Staff, including Assistant Community Development Director Blazinski and our City Attorney Jennifer Logue, are present here tonight and available to answer any questions you may have. Additionally, the project owner, the applicant, is also present here tonight and will be presenting a brief presentation for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. Thank you very much for taking the opportunity to evaluate our project. First, I'm going to introduce Brenna Weaver, our architect, to speak about the building.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. As Emmerich mentioned, I'm Brenna Weaver, a principal at BDE Architecture, and I am going to lead you through the design of the project. We'll just wait a moment for the presentation. Okay, great. Thanks, Diana. So from this first view, you see a perspective of the building from Fayette Drive, and this is on the corner of Fayette and Hetchetchee that runs parallel to the building. And what we want to talk about here a little bit is how we focused the design on the entry. You're seeing here the entry to the building. As Diana mentioned, we're using a palette of brick veneer, siding, and stucco. And we've decided to accentuate this entry corner in a few ways. Firstly, at the ground plane, as Diana mentioned, we have a plaza with seating, planting, a water feature. And then as we start to accentuate this corner architecturally, we have a 3-story frame that's in that same brick veneer material to help identify the entry to the building. We've also brought that brick veneer up to the very top floor, the 7th floor. Typically on the project, the brick veneer is used as a base material around the building on the lower floors, and we're accentuating that corner by bringing it up to the top floor. We've also used a different window type where that brick veneer extends up. We have 2 windows with a darker material in between them, so they give the appearance of a larger read of a window to help identify and accentuate that corner. Furthermore, there is some cornice detailing on the top of that corner as well as trellises and balconies like Diana mentioned. Go to the next slide. In the next slide, we're going to see a view of the building in its context, and we're now standing, you can see Hetchetchee there, looking towards the project. And I think this is a great example of how, that materiality that is so prominent at the front of the building, we're really carrying around throughout the building. You can see those brick veneer 3-story pop-ups continuing along this facade, as well as the balconies wrapping the corners. And I think this is a great view to show how the building is appropriately sized within the context. On the next slide, we're going to look at the floor plan of floor 2. We touched on the first floor where we're prioritizing the parking and the building entry. The second floor is our first floor of residential units. The residences then continue up to floor 7. We have a majority of 2 and 3 bedroom units. They're nicely sized units, and many of those units do have balconies. Here on this floor plan, we're also highlighting the active courtyard that we have. The courtyard is programmed with a spa, an outdoor kitchen, lots of planting, of course, and seating. And then actually just page south of that spa is a large rectangle, and that's a clubhouse, a community space for the residents to use. So those are some of the design high points, and I'm going to pass it back over to Emmerich, who's going to touch on some other aspects of the project.
Thanks, Brenna. You may have been familiar with this project. It has been through a couple of previous entitlements. It's in a fantastic location. It was interesting to hear your discussion regarding the Moffett corridor. And this is an area where it really does provide an opportunity for someone to live and walk to virtually everything they would want, from grocery to coffee to restaurants to movies to hotel, to transit. And so for that reason, we think it's extremely attractive. We mentioned here that over 1,000 plus apartments virtually touch this property, and yet none of them are ownership. And as a more than 16-year apartment dweller in the south side of Mountain View, this would have been the kind of thing that I would have been very attracted to wanting to own. The public parks from the Hetchetchee, as well as the park across the street, make it very appealing. I mentioned all of the close-in other opportunities, and then specifically, I wanted to mention with regard to the below market rate, the 20% is really substantial, and it exceeds even the city's 15% number. And I indicate here that the prices that these units are sold at is far, far below what they cost to construct. And in some ways, you can think of every below market unit loss counterbalances the gain that you might be able to receive on a market rate unit. So it, in some senses, would be equivalent to a 42 unit non-below market rate unit. However, it requires the capital to build a 70 unit building, which means that the IRR, rate of return on that capital, ends up being lower because the consequence of the profitability is more of a 42 unit. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Next slide, please. I did mention that this has been through a pretty long and circuitous process. It was very interesting to hear your discussion about expanding the area of a precise plan. We found ourselves in a position where the San Antonio precise plan bordered us on two sides, and we were not included. And consequently, we pursued an entitlement at a 1.05 FAR that was approved. And at that meeting, several council members said, why is this such a diminutive structure when across the street you've got the dean that's being approved and going up at 2.5 FAR? And they suggested that we request rezoning, which we did. That one meeting was 6 months hence. We were approved with one other project out of some 13 that we're requesting to be rezoned. We're very happy about that. Staff was overwhelmed at the time. They asked for a 6-month delay before any submittals. We came to that time. We're on the verge of submitting. They said, can you give us another 6 months, please? We accommodated. We waited until 2018. Unfortunately, we found ourselves in a very awkward situation where staff did not believe that the 2.5 FAR that was being done by the project across the street was permissible in our site. And we lost really the entire year of 2018 in that process. And in 2019, we had a meeting with staff, and they said, either you go to a study session back with council to review this, which is going to take several months before we can schedule that, and they're contemplating a change to the BMR rules, which will increase, and you may not be grandfathered in, so you'll take that chance, or go forward with a 1.85 FAR. Don't try to pursue this California State Density Bonus 2.5 FAR. We decided to go through with the study session. We were well received, and we ultimately were entitled for the 44-unit building in December of 2020. The unfortunate consequence of those delays was, as we went further forward in developing our construction documents and attempting to get a building permit, we landed in horrible macroeconomic situation with higher interest rates and no willingness on the part of lenders to lend to build a project like this. We made inquiries to the city with regard to getting some kind of a development agreement or something that would allow us to press out our entitlement. We had gotten 1 extra year. That was all that was allowed, so a total of 3 years. And we were running into a deadline, which was our entitlement would expire, or we would have to pony up the $4 million approximate dollars for a building permit that was non-refundable, whether or not we would build the project. Some of those things have changed as a result of California law. So we've kind of run into a few of these things, But the consequence was we found no other alternative but to pursue a builder's remedy project as a way of really extending our entitlement. And then we took advantage of the fact that there were, less requirement with regard to compliance as a way of compensating for the 20% BMR units. I mentioned on the previous page, Builder's Remedy 2.0 is going to become applicable on January 1, 2025. We're in a kind of a combination situation where we can choose which elements of that we would prefer to comply with, but as a way of reducing the maximum possible densities that some people have proposed, which is not in our case. We I think are fitting in with the buildings of the area. They've reduced the percentage of BMRs required in Builder's Remedy 2.0 at 13%, 10%, and 7%, depending on which level of affordability you pursue. And then finally, I say here, modern construction techniques will make this building virtually untouchable for 100+ years. As you're finding with the project that you were describing, that's going to be part of this Moffett corridor that was 50 years old, a 50-year-old condo complex. There's no anticipation that that's going to be redeveloped soon. This building, this is as much density as you're going to get in this area for the next 100 years. And so I think, like many of the commenters, the public commenters, encourage you to think broadly about what level of density do you not want, in 5 years or 10 years or 20 years, but in 50 years, because the way things are going to be constructed, they'll last that long. Anyway, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate your consideration, and available for questions if you have them.
Thank you. And looking back to staff, is there any further presentation, or shall we go to questions from the commission? Questions from the commission? I'm sure there's going to be some. I don't see. Oh, Commissioner Cranston.
So I guess this is a question for the city attorney. When I read through this, and I guess your comment, move ahead and risk litigation, what does that mean? Is there some risk of litigation? I don't speak lawyer, so maybe some of the lawyers understood all these letters, but I don't. What is it? What are we?
I mean, the city has received 2 direct threats of litigation, written letters threatening to sue the city if we impose conditions that violate, builder's remedy law. So, I mean, I think there is a risk of litigation. But
I guess I'm looking.
Sorry.
I read this and I'm not sure what those things are. That's not clear to me. Is it just the park and lieu fee and the transportation fee?
So what City Attorney Logue is saying is that there's 2 other letters that we've received over the period of time that we've been processing these applications, not the letter that you received tonight per se. And those other letters that we have received in, the past 6 months, I think is the approximate, there's a variety of items that, that include some of those items that are in this letter, and also other things as well.
So fees is one of them. Park and lieu fees is one of the points of contention where we've received threats of litigation. Imposition of BMR requirements was another. I think we've probably worked that out, by not imposing some of those provisions like the proportionality, meaning we've worked them out. That's why we're recommending them approval as currently proposed. I can't remember all of the things that were raised. We have another letter that we received fairly recently, within the past week, I would say, that again talked about fees. So the risk of litigation is there, what that lawsuit would look like, and what all of the issues would be that got swept into that is hard to say. I think fees would definitely be there. But would there be other items that would be brought along in that lawsuit? Maybe. Maybe. So it's really hard to pinpoint.
Which I guess makes it hard to decide what the risk is.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a chance of a lawsuit, yes, but it's even harder for me to say what would happen in court. That's why when I gave my presentation, I said, I'm relying on the plain language of the statute. This is what the statute says. And we have arguments, as do the developers. And only a judge will decide whose arguments prevail at the end of the day, right? It's not, the legal issues can't be resolved tonight or before you have to make a decision. You go into this knowing that they could be right or we could be right. And it's, we're in a tough place. It's a tough place right now. And so the question becomes, on each one of these items, is it worth the fight? Is what it kind of boils down to.
And I think just to add to that, what we've given you tonight in terms of, our recommendation is our best attempt to reconcile what we think could potentially happen in the future. And, that's why you see some things that we're not pursuing and some items that we are.
Sorry. Thanks. Thank you, Commissioner Crescent. Commissioner Donahue.
Okay, so I had some questions which I think were addressed in the staff presentation, but I want to be sure. One of the things is that these units need to remain affordable for 30 years. Are these, I assume these would be there'd be deed restrictions so that they would actually be affordable in perpetuity? Yeah, yes, okay, good.
Not perpetuity, for 30 years only.
Oh, just for 30 years. So whoever owns it after 30 years can sell it at market rate? Oh, wow.
The Housing Accountability Act, as I mentioned in my presentation, only requires it for 30 years.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I know that's the requirement, but I thought that maybe, for feasibility reasons, they would. Okay. Interesting. And I think you addressed the sidewalk where the sidewalk is placed. You said something about ADA and the project wouldn't be feasible if there were the planting strip.
So what the current plans are proposed to have a 6-foot attached sidewalk attached. What the precise plan requires is a detached sidewalk, and that's what the comment was about. Yeah. Now, if you have to change the site design to make it from an attached to a detached sidewalk, it will push the building a little bit further inside. So I mentioned building location, the pedestrian safety, ADA requirements. These are the things which will have to be worked out again. So that will require some amount of, effort and money in order to redesign the project, reassess the project, and that's why staff is recommending to approve it the way it has been proposed right now, because under Housing Accountability Act, we are limited on what we can do we are prohibited from, asking for compliance with these standards.
Okay.
Which is zoning.
Yeah, I guess I didn't look at the details. It seems to me you just swap the two, but I guess it's more complicated than that, and you have to actually move the whole building. Wow. Okay. And yeah, I noticed a whole bunch of minor discrepancies. The CEQA amendment had said that there's 103 parking spaces, but then other places say 101, and then the bike spaces, it said 75, and then now you said 83, but the 83 I think includes the bike rack for the guests. So now that makes sense to me. But so the fact that the CEQA analysis has some minor discrepancies on open space, parking spaces, and all these kinds of things, I assume doesn't render that invalid.
That is correct. So as I mentioned earlier, so the applicant resubmitted the project plans pretty close to agenda publishing. And when we are almost ready with the documents we have prepared, so staff went through the revised materials pretty quickly. It seems like the applicant has addressed some of the staff comments on one sheet, but probably the project plans are internally not consistent completely. When we prepared the CEQA document, it has to be prepared a little bit earlier than when we are actually publishing it. So we were not able to incorporate the brand new plans into the document, and that explains the discrepancy. Okay. But rest assured, I can confirm what is included in the materials that was provided to you and in the staff report, resolutions. They are the correct facts of the project being proposed by the applicant based on the recent submittal. Okay. They do not, cause any significant increase in any of the impacts that were identified. So no CEQA implications.
Okay, that was kind of my assumption. And the previous item, we talked about SFPUC and their, they have thoughts on things. They also had a letter for this. What are your thoughts about the trees and whether the branches go over the property line and then someday they want to dig up the pipeline and then there's a crane and this kind of stuff? Does that seem like a likely scenario that we need to worry about, or what?
Thank you for the question. We did look into the comment that was provided by SFPUC. And actually, if you look closely to the project plans that are being proposed, the applicant has actually proposed 6 very different, they are called Circe occidentales, in trees in the area along the SFPUC land. We're assuming these are specifically chosen because of the canopy coverage issue that was discussed in the SFPUC letter. We do not feel that there is an issue at this point of time, like what was actually mentioned in the report, in the comment by SFPUC. We did send a response letter to them, and they seem to be okay with that at this point of time.
Okay. And then as far as the parkland in lieu fees, I guess there's some disagreement about that. I think the Quimby Act that specifically authorizes the city to have a parkland, to have an ordinance to authorizing that, but this HAA presumably overrides the Quimby Act, or like, why would we not be able to, if we're already authorized by state law to do that, there's some contention that we're not?
Well, I think it's more than that. I think there's also a lot of reliance on sheets, which is a recent, not super recent, but a decision that came out from the Supreme Court that clarified, that the longstanding Nolan-Dolan test applies to both legislative and administrative. So I think that's where the argument lies right now. And, I am obviously not prepared to resolve that legal issue tonight. It is something that is being taken under advisement, and we are, looking into it and considering it seriously. But I cannot tonight recommend that the city walk away from tens of millions of dollars, right, and say, oh, you're legally required to let these park and lieu fees go, right? But it is something that has been taken under advisement and something that we will consider and take very seriously.
Okay. Good enough. Thanks.
Commissioner Yin.
Thank you. Just when our city attorney was reading a lot of the legalese, I was curious what it means to be infeasible, and how do we know?
Yeah, so that's where I read the definition of what feasible means. And unfortunately, the definition of feasible is kind of broad and maybe opaque. It's very difficult to pinpoint. And right now, infeasible is, they're correct, developers are correct, and their attorneys are correct that we would have the burden of proof, right? And how we would ever prove that a project is still feasible in light of a condition that we've imposed, it may be difficult. It's gonna probably be financially data-driven. It might end up being a battle of experts. It's really hard to talk about or explain what infeasible means. Right now, I think infeasible means financially, it will financially impact, from the developer's perspective, it will financially impact the project in such a way that it makes it cost prohibitive. I don't know exactly how a court will analyze that. And I don't know exactly how we would prove in court that the project is still feasible. Like I said, I think it would be driven by financial data.
What data?
I don't know. I mean, that is, I can tell you it has been a topic of discussion. It's almost as if cities have been put in a position to prove something where we don't have any of the data. I mean, we would just have to get experts and wrap our head around how we would, make that showing.
Okay. Another question was, the applicant had mentioned putting forward another project in the past that had slightly less units, but it had been entitled, that was the first one, and then you were looking to a second one, and the study session went well, and it was sort of going forward at that point?
Well, we had gotten rezoned, and we submitted an application for a 44-unit project. As I sort of described, it went through a stall process, but eventually, yeah, it was reviewed again in a study session with the council, and it was favorably reviewed. And then staff ended up no longer contesting its impermissibility to go to 2.5 FAR, which is what the 44-unit project was, and we eventually got it entitled.
Okay, so that was feasible?
Well, it was entitled, and we pursued a building permit, but it was not feasible, which is why we pursued the Builder's Remedy project.
Oh, so you got a project approved that you weren't sure was feasible?
No, we ultimately were not able to finance it due to the time constraints and the financial conditions.
Another question then. You're in a location, fantastic location, I agree.
I love it.
Yeah, and it's one of those locations where I personally would understand where you have no parking. You can go without parking. So we're often told from consultants and the developers that we don't need parking. It's actually, when you're located this close, you've got density, you've got all this stuff. It's a great location. We don't need parking. Why are you opting to put in so much parking? Yeah. It's one of the most expensive aspects of construction, from what we're told.
I agree. It's market driven by people who want to own at the current time. And this is an evolving state, as you get to, Uber and driverless cars and other transit opportunities. But at this time, the consultants we've hired for market research have told us you have to have parking in this area.
For ownership?
For ownership, yeah.
So for people who own, they can have cars. They need cars. They want cars.
They want them.
Even in an area like this. But if it were an apartment, I don't know if you know apartments, then no cars are necessary because they don't.
Well, if you look at the Dean across the street, they have enormous amount of parking as well. I don't know what their per unit parking is, but they have tremendous parking.
No, that's really good to know. So I guess I was just still curious. That would be a way to just
reduce cost,
save cost. Yeah. But you're saying that market feasibility in that case, in that situation, people would not buy the units.
One of the ways that we did reduce cost in the redesign of the building was to effectively lift it one floor out of the ground, because in the 44-unit project, we had 2 floors of underground parking. And that was, when we were trying to finance it, that was a cost prohibitive factor.
Okay, well, thank you for answering that. Unfortunately, we'll leave that for comments. One more question I had. You got that one? Sorry, hold on. Just making sure I got all my questions in before we move on. Oh, yes, as far as the ownership. So what we should expect as the city is that these units will be sold to individual owners for each unit, not necessarily that a developer, someone will come, purchase the whole thing, and then rent them out.
That's the expectation. I'll note that the city has taken a position with regard to rental projects that they will not have to pay park and lieu fees, which are being imposed on a condo ownership project. And so that's actually been a point of deliberation as the owner, that the city has recently taken a position of not saying they will not impose the park and lieu fees on a rental project, but they will impose them on a ownership project. But our current plan is to sell them individually as condo units. We do think that the parkland fees are not, that it's unlawful to apply them as a condition on this project.
I understand your position.
Yeah.
Okay, so but you cannot guarantee you're selling them as individual and not to one company that will then rent. You can't guarantee that.
No.
It's just your intention.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the commissioners? If there's not, there is one question that I had, and I had the question of the applicant. That's something I guess I was kind of confused by, and it has to do with the public meeting that was suggested by staff that I understand from the staff report you chose not to do.
Yeah.
I'm puzzled by that. And let me tell you why. Let me tell you why I'm puzzled by that. Because you, I assume, have been in this business a long time. That's generally a pretty common courtesy. It's a best practice. We generally see it in the projects that come through here. It's, you're building a place for a community, you're building it in a community, and normally I would think you would want the folks there around the building to understand what's happening and why. And so if you could just help me understand why you would choose not to engage with the neighbors where you're gonna be creating new neighbors, help me understand that.
Well, I guess by virtue of having now entitled it, as now approaching the third time over the last 10 years, it has been exhaustively reviewed. We have done DRC meetings. It has gone through study sessions with council. It has seen many public hearings, and there's been plenty of opportunities for the public to view and comment on it, and there has been very little, actually. So that, for those reasons, we declined to do another one on a building that was really almost exactly the same as what had already been entitled before.
Thank you. So, having exhausted, Joyce, did you have anything? Or you? Okay. Having exhausted questions from the commission, it's time for public comment, if anybody's still awake. If anyone in attendance would like to provide comments on this item, please fill out a yellow speaker card and provide it to the EPC clerk. If anyone on Zoom would like to provide comment on this item, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Phone users can mute and unmute themselves with the *6. Madam Clerk.
We do have one speaker, Eli Robles.
Good evening, Planning Commission again. And community members. My name is Eli Robles, representing NorCal Carpenters Union, Local 405. I'm here tonight to advocate for the use of a responsible general contractor for the Fayette Drive Community Project, one that includes area standard wages, safe working conditions, and health benefits, and apprenticeship standards as afforded by our local unions. We expect the general contractor to uphold these standards, benefiting both local workers and our resolutions for this community. I would hope this commission would include these area standards before adopting this resolution in order to protect our local workforce. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
No other speakers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With public comment having concluded, it is time for EPC deliberation and action. Do we have comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Nunez.
Yeah, I anticipate more comment and discussion, but I'll just let everyone know I'm prepared to make a motion as is, accepting the council recommendation for this. And I'll just state a few reasons why. Honestly, the first is I trust staff, that they put the time and the effort and the however many espresso shots it took to come up with this recommendation navigating a new and novel legal landscape. So I'm not going to try to supplant that and interject and step into that. I'm going to trust. Secondly, this is like the Chinese finger trap of local control. Do we really want to pull the fingers apart? Do we really want to make it harder on everyone? I think one thing that we and the developer would have in common, I'm not going to overstep whatever our city attorney thinks or says, but I don't think anyone wants to go to trial. I think there's a benefit to having a peaceful life of moving forward and just getting things done. I don't know what the applicant's pro forma says. I don't know if they will sue if we try to get that park in lieu fee as is stated here. But what I do know is that discussions across the state, some of them in very close neighboring cities, that have killed development over, and I'm not pro-developer, I am pro-development, and the stymieing of that development all over the state is what has gotten us here to this point. So if we want to be the poster child, or if we want to be the lab rat of taking this to court and trial, when we could just get 70 units, we can get in lieu fees, live and let live, and move on with our lives. That seems like the far easier option for me. So I anticipate more discussion. If the end of that discussion is the staff recommendation, then I'm prepared to make a motion on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Nunez. Further comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. So I'll be reluctantly supporting the staff recommendation. I've seen this project or at least been a number of times, and I understand your perspective and everything that you've been through, including a market cycle or two. Look, at the end of the day, I think because there isn't a lot of case law out there that's been applied, there might be instances where it would make sense to take a risk and try to apply some of our standards or other things in certain cases. I think in this particular case, you have a previously approved project at significant density surrounded by other significant density. So I'm less worried in this case about than I might be at another builder's remedy site about the intensity of the use here. I have a lot of reservations about sidewalks, trees, all those sorts of things, which I'm a little disappointed in, amongst other things. But at a really high level, I think staff has put a lot of time into trying to find a good path forward here, and so I think it makes sense in this particular case to approve the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Any further comments from commissioners? Commissioner Yin.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what we want to take on, if we want to take on anything, and we'll talk about that we'll hear more from other commissioners. But I did want to say I'm disappointed. I really am. I understand why, and we won't go too far backwards into time. I understand why the state is passing the laws that they are. Totally understand it. I get it. Actually feel like, it was important to do so. Last time we were here, I had mentioned that these state laws are like sledgehammers as tools. It does take a big whop to change inertia, to go from stagnant to moving forward. Housing is an issue. I do, however, feel like at some point, especially for cities like us who are genuinely wanting to do something about it, that in order to do something well, and that's really my biggest thing, is when we do densify, it requires much, much more coordination, comprehensive strategic planning of all the systems that will benefit the public. And that's what our city planning staff is there for. When people say we don't want local control, I disagree. I think local control produces some of the greatest things. I'm not saying that every city is using it to their advantage, but whatever. Okay, we'll move on from that point. Other than to say, I feel like our city is being neutered to a degree. They have no leverage, and leverage is what it takes for a city and an applicant to like meet somewhere where they both win. And right now, when I see a lot of the projects, I feel like, in some of the laws, I feel like we're not able to use tools to gain what the city needs. And I have heard some people say, well, you know, let the market decide. A developer will do what the market wants, and therefore that's good for the city. But the developer, first and foremost, right, it's not their priority to benefit the city in terms of their top 5 priorities. Their profit is, and that's the name of the game. It's their business. Does it often overlap with what the city needs? Yes, so that's good. But I would not say that even the user, if you wanted to let market decide, has the benefit of the community and the city as a whole as their top priority either. That, again, is the city staff's job, because they have to look at the whole, they have to balance all kinds of things, and only they can do it because they have the background, the history, and the know-how. So when people say the developer will go ahead and do what's best, I want to use this example and say, I don't think that works. I'm sorry. I am disappointed in this project. I know you said you didn't take away the parking. You actually lifted it up out of the ground. That one move alone transforms the benefit for the city tremendously. It is not the same project as you proposed before. The ground floor now pretty much is a parking garage. Other than that corner entry, there's no active use around this building. That's just one point. And then, of course, there's this tree frontage. We have precise plan where we have a detached sidewalk and a planting strip for a reason. And when you break the continuity of that, you just have this one little pocket in this one potentially nice corridor that's different and breaks the trend, and not for the better. We are giving up a whole bunch of heritage trees. I know some of them got to go, and I don't want to hug every tree, but you know, that's something that comes with development, large parcel developments, and it's, again, a loss for the city. So in total, what I'm saying is we are giving up so much as the city and the public and gaining so little. I'm not taking away that these units are valuable. The additional units you're providing are valuable. I'm saying that relative to what we're losing, the gain is so small. The fees are there for a reason. It's because we need it as a city. We're already short. And this, I know staff is proposing, let's just take the lowest amount and then add 20%. 20% is already a give. Why are we taking the lowest amount? And then why are we afraid? Sorry, I'm not saying we're afraid. That's just a term. I'm not saying we're fearful. Just there is a general fear of wanting to go to litigation, which makes sense. No one wants to spend and waste money doing that. But if it's not clear and we're losing out so much, there's some gray area. We're not a city who's like, don't build anything. We are genuinely trying, but I think we need to then at least stand up and say, we're losing our ability to do it well. These are the reasons why. And please, can we just talk about it as if we were working in partnership and not, hey, we can get away with it, let's do it. We have no idea if it's feasible or not. We have to take your word for it. It's really tough on our end. And so just, okay, maybe I'm ranting. I'm going on for a long time and it's late. But those are my comments. And I don't know if anybody else up here is willing to just take a little bit of a chance, gain just a smidge back. We need the parks. Can we have the park fee? I'd love to get more, but if we're just scrambling for crumbs, can we try? That's all.
Commissioner Donahue.
That's hard to follow. I share a lot of concerns and sentiments that you expressed. I think that this project on the park fees, that this project has some open space area on the second floor. It has some rooftop things. You've got balconies that are, I don't know, 50, I looked at the plans, but I don't remember, 50, 75 square feet, something. You know, if you live in R1, you've got your yard. If you live in something like this, you need parks, and because people need space outside, recreational amenities, and the ability to you know, interact with nature. I mean, I used to be on the Parks and Recreation Commission, so I feel very strongly about that. I think that a lot of times, when you build a new development, there's a lot of externalities, and you're trying to shift costs. I mean, this is just how life works. It's nothing necessarily bad about, you know, evil about developers or anything like that. But right, you're shifting some costs, and the city can absorb some of those costs. So there's an additional cost, you know, some incremental cost for additional police protection or fire and things like that. But parks are really need space, and they need land, and land is expensive here. So there really is much more of a cost, and that's why the Quimby Act allows the city to collect these fees or land dedications, but to give people space to, you know, engage in recreational activities and to not just be stuck in their four walls in their condo. So I'm in favor of, I mean, reluctantly in favor of some of the other things that staff has recommended, but I think that I'm in favor of the park fee that staff has recommended. Thanks.
Commissioner Cranston.
So, as Commissioner Yin said, you know, Mountain View is not a city that's been trying to block development. A lot of we exceeded the quota in the last RENA cycle by quite a bit. I think as I look at this, the staff has addressed the vast majority of the issues that were raised, and at the end of the day, there'll be 70 residences that will have people that would like to go to a park. And there'll be the people that'll be out there saying, why don't you have a damn park? When they can't have one. So, you know, it's, I think it's a reasonable, I think we've got, I think, look, as I went through the various things in the staff report, they've agreed to a lot of these changes, addressed a lot of the issues, and I think at some point you have to say, okay, you know, we are a housing, you know, a housing-focused community, and that's what we do, and we pay, and part of that is making sure that when the people come in here, they have it's a good quality of life, and part of that is that there's some place that they can send their kids to play in, or go play pickleball or whatever it is they want, throw a frisbee or whatever we're going to do. And if there's never any park space, the quality of life for those people in those 70 homes is going to be reduced. And so I think I think staff has agreed to a lot of changes that I agree with my colleagues, beyond what I'm comfortable with, but I think we're at the kind of the turnip has no more blood. So I'll be supporting the staff recommendation as it is. At some point, somebody has to be the first one in front of the judge. And if you want to pay the bill, we'll see you there.
Commissioner, Vice Chair Gutierrez.
Oh, boy. So let's see. I'm not going to go too personal. This is a bad breakup. That's what it is. You started off one way as a developer and you end up like this. I don't think that's what he envisioned or they envisioned, much less the city envisioned. We can opine all we want in our minds about how we feel about a project, but I understood what you said and what was written, and that has nothing to do with this. This is all about just a straight up vote. You have to understand the limitations of circumstance. I'm an IP patent litigation paralegal by nature. I'm not afraid to litigate. I learned from the best and the brightest, Wild Gotchall and Manges, Kirkland and Ellis, top 2 law firms in the United States of America. I know how to fight the fight. I'm not an attorney, but I know my limitations. I trust the city will do well when they have this issue. I trust in their judgment, and I trust in your judgment. So having heard your presentation, I got it. I understood it. I don't like this project, but I have hope and faith that possibly things may change between now and when this is presented to City Council. Having the team here listen to our concerns, knowing their frustration as well as ours, maybe there is a little bit more to do. But it wouldn't come from us, because we've done what we can, which is not much, but share and opine. Though it was asked and told to us, or it was explained to us, that there's not much you can do. So the ball is on your side. You've heard what we think. We know what you went through, but still, I don't think it is a bad breakup. I think there's remedy there for possible reconciliation of some sort between now and then. Now, if that doesn't happen, I don't want people to think that we didn't try, because we're trying what we can to do something still at this last moment to try and push forward something that's in the best interest of what I said before, the city, which is the community. And that includes all of us, developers and non-developers alike. So for what it's worth, we've shared our perspectives. Thank you.
It's hard to go last. So many great impassioned speakers on either side of me. I feel like I'm kind of a bowl of oatmeal at the end here.
You're the attorney, man.
Yeah, I guess that's why I'm so boring. Okay, I'm going to support the staff recommendation en toto tonight, in large part because we have an excellent city attorney, and it is not my role on this commission to second guess the legal decisions of the city. That's not what we're here for. What we are here for is to provide community perspective, like what I hear from the folks I live nearby, the folks I see when I go to the farmer's market, all that kind of stuff. That's what my job is here today. And if I am bringing that perspective to this project and this process, I'm going to echo what my friend and colleague Joyce said, which is that, wow, I am really disappointed. I am really disappointed. It almost breaks my heart to see some of the things that were lost in this proposal. Just seeing the way the BMR units play out. So instead of BMR housing that can go to families, to moms who have a couple of kids, it's like studios. That's not families. That's not family housing. That's an individual worker housing. And BMR housing for families is real scarce and real important. And like that in and of itself, it just kind of hurts that is poof. Because that's something we care, I think all of us care a lot about. There's a lot of things here we care about. We do need parks. We need places for those kids to go and chase birds and throw frisbees and do all that stuff. And communities aren't just buildings. Communities are these organic things. And there's, perhaps, this is a cautionary tale for the HAA, because this is not a great outcome from the builder's remedy. We're a pro-housing designated city. Commissioner Cranston said this, we're a good city for this. We like building stuff. I think I've voted yes on almost every development project that's come in front of the EPC in the last 4 years. So for all of those reasons, this one just kind of hurts, and it breaks my heart that it had to play out this way from a process standpoint, and that we ended up with potentially losing park fees. We're going to have transportation problems because there's no TDM. The BMR mix is wrong. It's just a bad outcome all the way around. So that's enough from me. I can read out the recommendation. I'm open to accepting a. You want to read it, Alex? All right. Here, do you want to read it? You got it? Okay. Who?
But we need a second, right?
I'll read.
He's going to read it, and then I'll take a second.
Okay.
A little bit more shade would be nice. Chair, I submit a motion that the Environmental Planning Commission recommends the City Council, 1, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View conditionally approving a planned community permit and development review permit to redevelop the project site by removing 6 dwelling units in a 6,900 square foot commercial building to construct a 7-story, 70-unit condominium development, 20% affordable above a subterranean parking garage, a provisional use permit for a roof deck, and a heritage tree removal permit to remove 9 heritage trees on a 0.67 acre project site located at 2645-2655 Fayette Drive, and adopting an addendum to the previously adopted initial study/mitigated negative declaration for the 2645-2655 Fayette Drive residential project pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, to be read in title only, further reading waived. Exhibit 1 to the staff report. And 2, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View conditionally approving a vesting tentative tract map to create a single lot for 70 residential condominium units at 2645-2655 Fayette Drive, to be read in title only, further reading waived. Exhibit 2 to the staff report.
And if I may, when I made the presentation, we did say staff would like to amend the recommendation with 2 specific corrections to Exhibit 1. If you want, I can repeat that for the record.
Yes, please.
The 2 specific corrections recommended by staff, in addition to the recommendation posted in the staff report. First one is to the condition number 42 in Exhibit 1 to require 83 bike parking spaces instead of 89 spaces. And the second recommendation is to correct by removing bullet B related to electric requirements under condition number 108 related to REACH code requirements.
Thank you, Ms. Pancioli. So we have a valid motion. We have a second from Commissioner Clark. Madam Clerk, if you'd like to open the roll.
Motion passed with 6 yes, 1 no.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. On to item 7, Commission staff announcements, updates, requests, and committee reports. No action will be taken on any questions raised by the Commission at this time. Ms. Pancioli.
Thank you. So earlier I had shared with the EPC some of the upcoming community workshops that we're going to see as part of our biodiversity and urban forest plan project. So just a reminder on that. First one is a community workshop this Thursday, October 17. It's a virtual meeting between 6 to 7 p.m. and in person at the community center at the same time. And the second one is related to a second stakeholder workshop scheduled for November 7th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the community center. And those were the announcements. Thank you.
Thank you. Any announcements from the commissioners?
And Chair, if I may, after commissioner updates, I do have an announcement to make as well.
Oh, yes, please. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good evening again, Commissioners. Community Development Director Christian Murdoch. I did want to announce for your benefit and for the public's information that starting on October 28th, construction to remodel the public counter at the Community Development Department will begin. It's anticipated to last about 12 weeks. During that period, we will be providing the same services to the public, just at the Public Works public counter, located across the plaza lobby area within City Hall. And so what we are doing is to expand the capability to provide additional services to the public by creating a breakout meeting room next to the counter where we will, among other services, provide a one-stop permitting service for certain projects beginning in early 2025, and as well as installing security doors between the public counter area and the staff-only areas. That concludes my update. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Murdoch. I believe the next regularly scheduled EPC meeting will be held on November 6th, 2024, and looks like that's correct. And so we will therefore adjourn the meeting as of 11:07 p.m. Thank you, everybody, for staying late.